This is Jack Zeider, head coach of the Amityville baseball team, and you're watching the Amityville Broadcasting Network.
And good afternoon on a beautiful Friday evening here live from Middle Country Park. You're watching the Amityville Broadcasting Network as we get to bring you a doubleheader between the Amityville Warriors and the Bridgehampton Ross Killer Bees. Joined by Corey Zwirling, I am Matt Grice. Aaron Kruder will be down on the field throughout this contest, bringing you up-to-date reports and information from the players. And this should be a lot of fun. It is a beautiful evening here. Perfect baseball weather, and it should be nice all evening. And we have a twin billing for you tonight as the Warriors coming in with a 7-3 record overall, 7-2 in League 8. And Bridgehampton right behind them, 9-4 overall, 9-1 in the league. So these two teams pretty evenly matched earlier on in the season. They did play against each other. Didn't go Amityville's way, but we have two fresh games tonight.
Yeah, first off, good evening, Matt. Nice to be here. Make my broadcasting debut up here. And I first have to start by saying hello to my daughters, Serena and Chloe. I promised them I would say hello to them. Hopefully they're watching from home. But it is absolutely gorgeous out here. Beautiful field. We have a great setup here in the booth. And we couldn't have asked for better weather, except for the sun that's glaring right in our eyes right now.
That sun will be disappearing in probably about 45 minutes.
Yes, but the last time these two teams played, back on April 16th, Bridgehampton defeated the Warriors 15-5. And so hopefully the Warriors can bounce back tonight and take one, if not both, ends of this doubleheader tonight here in Selden.
Yeah, we'll get you lineups. First pitch in just a little bit, but let's just break down where Amityville has been as well as their opponent Bridgehampton Ross tonight. So, Warriors last game, last series, things went very well as they took on Greenport.
Yeah, Amityville defeated them 13-2. We had Aiden McCullough as one of the top performers as the winning pitcher of the game. He allowed one earned run on 3 hits, walking 3. To get a win for Amityville in the Suffolk League 8 matchup. Jeremiah Luciano, the starting catcher for the Warriors, went 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. Had 3 RBIs with 1 stolen base and had 2 walks in the night as well. And our star center fielder, Darrell Sanchez, went 2 for 4, adding a double and 3 RBIs as well. That brought Greenport down to 0-10 on the year and brought Amityville up to a wonderful 7-2 start, which is remarkable considering where this program was just a few years ago.
Absolutely. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Coach Jack Zeider has done a tremendous job with this program here. And, yeah, we have a story to tell you coming up in a little bit where we really need to take a step back and appreciate the achievements of this team as they have done very well. And again, Warriors coming in having won 4 games in a row. Now let's take a look at what their opponent has done. Bridgehampton's won 3 in a row, and they've been playing very well this season. Again, they are right with the Warriors in the League 8 standings.
Yeah, absolutely. They you can see they had a series against Southold, end of April, the 21st, 23rd, and 24th. They took all 3 games from Southold with a commanding 11-0 win, 10-5 win. And on the 24th, it was a 9-6 win, but still, to be able to sweep a series and bring their record up to 9-4 on the year. So this is a solid opponent for the Warriors tonight, and hopefully they can continue their hot ways and keep this train coming. Keep chugging down the tracks as they look to keep this stellar season rolling in the positive direction.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these two teams play against each other. These are 2 of the better teams in League 8. Smithtown Christian sits atop of the standings right now. They've actually played less games than everybody else. But you mentioned how Amityville played Greenport. Greenport only 1 win on the season. And Bridgehampton playing Southold. Southold with only 2 wins on the season. So both of these teams coming off of opponents that are in the bottom of the League 8 standings right now. Both of these teams are going to have to pick up their games tonight. Last year, same time, same place, these two teams met. Bridgehampton swept the doubleheader. First game, the Warriors were down big. It came all the way back and made it a very interesting game. They they came up short, but it was very close, and it was a lot of fun. We'll get you starting lineups in just a bit, but right now we're going to check in with the third member of our crew, Aaron Kruder, who's down on the field.
Thank you. I'm Aaron Kruder, and we're here for the doubleheader here today. And I had an opportunity to talk to Amityville's head coach, Jack Sider, and he said the team was excited and confident to play today. But he also mentioned some key players to look out for tonight, and that included Alex Way, the starting pitcher for the Amityville baseball team, leadoff man Aiden McCullough, and the starting catcher, Jeremiah Luciano. And they want to get a good start and get some momentum going to get through tonight's doubleheader. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. And looks like we're ready to play baseball minus one thing. What's missing, Mr. Zwirling? Oh.
My microphone for one. Two, we got no players on the field right now.
Well, no players. We're also missing the guys wearing blue. So waiting on the umpires to get here.
Everyone's favorite. Everyone loves the umpires. What are you talking
Everyone loves the umpires until they don't. But it is not an easy job, and they should be here shortly. So as soon as the umpires arrive, we'll get first pitch. But why don't we go through today's starting lineups? And game one, the Warriors will be the home team, so they will take the field first. And for the Amityville Warriors, we'll take you through their defense, and then I'll let Mr. Zwirling show you who they will be facing on the offensive side. So for the Warriors, we'll go left to right around the outfield. It'll be Bonilla in left, Sanchez, who plays a really good center field. He'll be manning center field for the Warriors. Hernandez will be in right. From third to first, Tejada at third base. Aiden McCullough will play shortstop. His brother Elijah McCullough will be the second baseman. And Borges will be at first. Wayne's going to be on the mound. Luciano behind the plate. And tell us, who will they be going up against?
Today against the Bridgehampton Ross Killer Bees, we have from left to right in the outfield Tyler Fitzgerald, Ari Cardenas in center field, and Sean Jane manning the right field today. Going around the infield, we have Al Cardenas at third base. Tate Ford is going to be taking shortstop today. Finn Alversa will be at second base, and first baseman Kai Alversa, with Elliot McGonigal making the start today, and his battery mate Jaden Harding behind the plate, looking to take care of this Amityville offense. So we hope that obviously they don't, but you never know.
The Warriors have been raking this year. Let's take a look at who the Warriors are going to be sending to the plate this game. Leading off for Amityville, which will be in the bottom of the first inning, it'll be Aiden McCullough, followed by Jeremiah Luciano and Darrell Sanchez, Waldy Tejada, Alexander Wayne, who's on the mound today, starting in game one for the Warriors, Everson Borges, Armando Hernandez, Elijah McCullough, and rounding it out in the 9 spot will be Armando Bonilla. And on the other side, the lineup that Alexander Way will be facing in just a little bit here, it'll be Kai Alversa leading off, followed by Tate Ford. He is a player that we are going to spotlight throughout this game. Dominated the Warriors last year, one of the best pitchers and hitters in Suffolk County. Al Cardaris will be batting third, followed by brother Ari Cardaris batting cleanup. Fitzgerald's in the 5 spot, Sean Jane 6th, Jaden Harding 7th, Finn Alversa, another sibling, will be batting 8th, and in the 9 spot will be the designated hitter, Daver Cabanas, and he will be DHing for the pitcher, Elliot McGonigal.
It's a family affair here.
So not much of a breeze tonight. We'll have to see as it cools off later in the day how that impacts things. But we'll take you around the field a little bit here. It's a beautiful complex here at Middle Country Park. And there are multiple baseball diamonds here. They have a couple of hockey rinks, basketball courts.
Nice playground in center field. I don't know if you could see that or not.
Yeah, there's some families out there right now enjoying themselves. So a very nice setup, and it's very gracious of the town of Middle Country to allow these two teams to come here for a neutral site contest. And we're thrilled to be here as well on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. We have a great view here in our press box. And just take you around the diamond a little bit. It is a artificial turf field all the way around the infield and the outfield. Down both lines, it's 321 to the foul poles, and in dead center field, that's going to be a shot, 361 to dead center field. So we'll have to see how the power numbers come through with both of these teams. The Warriors do have some players who have gone deep this year and have shown some power. Jeremiah Luciano, the Warriors catcher, he has 2 home runs on the season, currently ranked 8th in Suffolk County, and then tied at 18 with 1 home run each. 3 other Warriors, Everson Borges, Darrell Sanchez, and Alex Way, tonight's starting pitcher for game number 1. So it should be a lot of fun as we get set for baseball here. It's our first baseball broadcast of the season here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. We mentioned Amityville has a few more games. Tonight will be the last night for the Bridgehampton Killer Bees. And we will be back on the air again with you for Senior Day, when the Amityville Warriors will honor their graduating seniors this year. And that includes Armando Hernandez, Armando Bonilla, and Jeremiah Luciano, to go along with Justin Cabrera and Saul Fernandez. A couple more seniors at the bottom of the list we want to acknowledge, even though they are not on the field. Marius Farnham, who is the manager, and Jesus Barrios, who has done a tremendous job as the scorekeeper, bookkeeper, doing the book for the Warriors this year. And that game, we will be on the air for that Senior Day coverage on May 13th. But there is a lot of baseball yet to be played, and it's going to be hard to play this game without any umpires. That seems to be the delay right now. His first pitch was supposed to be at 5:30. Both teams have already done their infield-outfield drills. We're receiving word that the umpires are here now, so as soon as they get their gear on, we should be ready to go. That sun, about 45-degree angle in the sky. Well, you're the math teacher. Is that correct? Is that about a 45?
I'd say, as I'm taking my arm, putting it up, but looks like the umpires finally figured out that Long Island traffic on a Friday evening at 5:30. They forgot to give themselves some time.
Well, you never know when you're traveling around the island, especially on a Friday during rush hour.
No.
It'll be interesting to see how the sun plays out. Obviously, Game 2, the sun's going to be long gone. But right now, it shouldn't really impact the fielders. The fielders too much. Catchers on a pop-up could be difficult. I wonder for a left-handed hitter, especially if that sun gets a little more lower in the sky, if that's going to be an impact. We'll have to keep you posted on that. But currently, both coaches are talking with the umpires. They've exchanged lineup cards, and we look like we are ready to go. Head coach for the Bridgehampton Ross varsity baseball team is Lou Liberatore. Assistant coach Michael DeRosa, and second assistant coach Mark Ford. And for the Warriors, Jack Zeider, he's the head coach. Howard Reiner, assistant coach. Dan Manley, who is the junior varsity coach, he is here today also, as this is an exciting day. It's not a lot of times that players on either one of these teams get to play in a legitimate ballpark with a press box and a beautiful fence. So for them, this has got to be a lot of fun.
I can't stress enough how gorgeous this field is. It is a immaculate field. This press box, other than the fact it's a little messy in here, it's still very accommodating. We're comfortable up here. There's plenty of space and spacious bleachers for the crowd. And like I said, this gorgeous park with these hockey rinks and basketball courts. There's kids playing basketball over to the right beyond the right field fence. Center field, there's just a really nice playground that all the little kids are playing on. And right here we have beautiful baseball field with this wonderful turf and not a cloud in the sky. But as you said, the sun might come into play as it's setting directly into the eyes of the batter. We're right behind home plate over here, and I'm having trouble seeing. I should have brought a hat to cover my, the brim to cover my eyes. But we're almost ready to go. The umpires are talking to Coach Zeider. Hopefully they have their lineup cards already. I wasn't watching. I didn't see if they turned them in.
They did.
That's great. So we're just maybe going over the ground rules of the park or something. I don't know. But the spacious park, it's 321 down the lines, both left field and right field, with 361 in straightaway center field. There's a bit of a higher batter's eye, I guess, in center field. And, from center to about right center, the wall jumps up a bit. So if anyone's going to try and hit it out there, they got to really put some muscle into it.
Amityville Warriors will be wearing their road uniforms today. They're black jerseys with red lettering. On the other side, pinstripe yellow and black combination for Bridgehampton Ross. They are the Killer Bees, so those colors make sense. Both teams have their final words with their head coaches. The Warriors take the field as Alexander Way goes to the mound, and we get set for first pitch here live from Middle Country Park. Again, Matt Grice, Corey Zwirling, Aaron Kruder helping us out on the field. We have a few other people helping us out as well from the Amityville Broadcasting Network, all the behind-the-scenes tech stuff. We can't do it without them, so we appreciate all their efforts as well. And we are just about set for baseball. So, again, it'll be Alexander Way on the bump for the Warriors as he starts his warm-up pitches, left-hander for Amityville. And he will be facing the 1, 2, and 3 hitters, Kai Alversa, Tate Ford, and Al Cardaris.
Yeah, and then Way is taking his warm-up pitches, and I see some of the Bees players gathering up by the on-deck circle, taking some practice swings. They're ready to roll, and they were itching to play with this little bit of delay we had with the umpire showing up, but they're pretty quickly getting ready to play ball as soon as they got here, as we see the home plate umpire put on his mask and get behind Jeremiah Luciano. And he's taking his place while Alexander Way takes his warm-up pitches. Way is southpaw, loosening up on the mound. And we have the first base umpire walking down the right field line.
Yeah, high school, only 2 umpires. They don't go one at every base, so they get their exercises. They're running around from base to base trying to make the calls. Light crowd here tonight, but maybe that means that people are tuning in on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. And if you are, be sure to like our channel. It supports all the amazing things that our students do throughout the year, whether it be sports, assemblies, community events. So again, we appreciate you joining us here tonight on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Way finishing up his pitches, and it looks like now he's going to throw down, and then we will be all set for baseball.
Yes, and thank you again for joining us. Please spread the word, and follow us on Instagram as well. We have an Instagram account, and we're just trying to grow. The kids do fantastic work. We like to highlight the work that they do. So we appreciate your support here at the Amityville Broadcasting Network.
Coach Liberatore makes his way to the third base coach's box. Making his way into the batter's box, right-hander Kai Alversa. And as Luciano walks back to the plate, we are all set for baseball. Luciano showing some good sportsmanship, gives Alversa a little high five. Alversa in the box, the left-hander Way on the mound, gets the sign, and here's the first pitch, and it is swung on and nubbed foul towards the right side, and it is 0-1. Warriors playing slightly shifted for the right-hander, center field to the shortstop side, and there's a pitch inside. Count evens up at a ball on a strike.
Good job, Alversa, getting out of the way of that one.
Way sets and deals, and that's outside, so the count is now 2-1 on Alversa. Alversa playing first base today, leading off for the Killer Bees. Warriors outfield is playing very shallow here. As here's the pitch, and it is hit high in the air into center field. Chasing is Sanchez. He's underneath it and hauls it in for the first out of the game, scored an F8, and there is one away here in the top of the first inning.
You got nice swing on that one, but placed it just where Sanchez had to take a few steps back to his left, or his right, excuse me, and bring that in. And we got one out here in the top of the first.
Coach Zeider having his center fielder placed perfectly as Tate Ford steps in and looks at ball one. Ford, the shortstop, we'll have to see if he's pitching in the second game. If he's not, that would be good for the Warriors because Tate Ford is a dangerous lefty with a great pickoff move as there's a breaking ball that hits the outside corner. The count evens up at 1 apiece.
It was a nice-looking pitch right there.
The 1-1 swung on and hit towards first base. Fielder there by Borges. He'll take it himself, so that's a 3 unassisted, and there are 2 away here in the top of the first inning, and that will bring up number 22, Al Cardaris, the third baseman for the Killer Bees. So 2 quick outs here. And the pitch by Way inside for a ball. Count 1-0. And there's a ground ball right up the middle, snagged by Way. Takes his time, throws it over to first, and 1, 2, 3 go the Killer Bees in the top of the first inning. So after a half-inning play, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and Amityville coming to bat.
Nice job pitching there. Good way to start the game by Way, and can't ask for a better start. 3 up, 3 down.
So taking the field now for the Killer Bees. On the mound, it's Elliot McGonigal, and he'll be dealing to Harding behind the dish. Infield's out at their positions. Outfield now makes their way out. And due up for the Amityville Warriors will be Aiden McCullough, the shortstop, leading off. Jeremiah Luciano, senior catcher, batting second. And Darrell Sanchez will be batting third. Lots of lefties today. Amityville facing McGonigal, and you see this at every level of baseball. You don't necessarily get a lot of looks against left-handed pitchers. So
don't.
For righties, it becomes an advantage because the breaking ball is coming towards you. So even if you don't see that a lot, it does make it easier. It'll be interesting to see the impact that this might have on some of the left-handed hitters that don't get a lot of looks against left-handed pitching.
Absolutely, and you know, rare enough to get one, but now we have 2 lefties going up against each other. You know, we see a big challenge for these hitters. You know, or maybe not. With the sun setting in left field, maybe the fact that the right-handed batters, it's a good thing that we have 2 lefties on the mound with they're not staring directly into the sun. So we'll see what happens.
Aiden McCullough, who is playing shortstop, he will not be pitching. At least he will not be starting today. But in the 13-2 win at home against Greenport back on Monday, April 28th, this past Monday, McCullough did pretty well for himself.
Yeah, he definitely did. Like I said, 1 earned run on 3 hits. He only walked 3 batters, and he got the win. So that's a good start.
Harding is thrown down, tossing the ball around the infield, and we are all set for the bottom of the first inning. No score here from Middle Country Park. 1, 2, 3 went the Killer Bees in the top of the first, and Aiden McCullough will start things off for the Warriors here in the bottom. McCullough, the junior, and here's the first pitch. Fastball up and outside, and the count 0-1.
A little bit outside out over there. Almost split the batter's box on that one. We'll see if he can rein it in.
Fastball right at the letters.
There you
Called
go.
for a strike on the outside corner, and the count evens up at 1.
Right down the middle, but that's a good take after seeing that first pitch so wild. Aiden with a good take over there.
And the 1-1. Fastball outside again, like you said, in the left-handed hitter's batter's box.
As they say in Major League, just a bit outside.
Bob Uecker, rest in peace. What
Yeah.
a great baseball career. As that pitch goes to the backstop, and the count will go to 3-1 on McCullough. Yeah, Bob Uecker, obviously that line from the movie Major League. But for those of you that may not know, Bob Uecker was an incredible baseball announcer. Passed away
Absolutely.
a few months ago. I believe he was in his late 90s. As that is taken for ball 4. So the Warriors get their first base runner of the evening as McCullough shows a lot of patience. And that's what you're supposed to do as a leadoff hitter, and that will bring up Jeremiah Luciano.
It was a great at-bat by Aiden McCullough there. He saw that the pitcher, McGonigal, was a bit wild, throwing the ball outside a lot on that. And
Play on the right side, so the count is quickly 0-1.
And Luciano looking to drive the ball. He had a nice double, RBI double in, I think it was the Southold game. I don't have that in front of me. I don't remember exactly which game it was, but looking to get a nice bat on the ball for this one, maybe drive it into the gap.
And the 0-1, and McCullough takes off. Throw down to second base, not in time. Good throw, but a very good jump for McCullough, so he gets the stolen base.
It was a great, great jump on there. Really had no chance to throw him out on that one. I was just going to.
And here's the pitch, and there's a strike on the outside corner to Luciano. You know, it's going to be interesting to monitor the running game with all these left-handers up there, but McCullough read that very, very well and quickly took second base. Again, good throw by Harding, but not in time. And the 1-2 is way outside, and the count evens up at 2.
Yeah. Look for the team to really take their pitches. McGonigal's really struggling with keeping the ball on the outside part of the plate. He keeps splitting the batter's box. And there it is again. Splits the batter's box on the opposite side.
So it seems like right now McGonigal's having a hard time pitching inside. And you have to wonder, especially with younger pitchers, it's hard to throw on the inside. You don't want to hit the batter. And he's been missing outside as the count goes full. And there it is again. So the Warriors will get their second base runner. Back-to-back walks here to start things off in the bottom of the first inning as Luciano will take his free pass. And that will bring up the number 3 hitter, Darrell Sanchez, center fielder for the Warriors with a couple of ducks on the pond.
Big RBI opportunity here for Darrell Sanchez. Get the Amityville Warriors on the board in the first inning. But look for him. Oh, what's happening?
We're going to get a pinch runner. So remember, in high school, you can substitute out once and re-enter the game. So Luciano comes out.
Could not make out the number with the sun directly in our eyes.
I'm going to imagine there's some wheels over there at first bases. There's
again
a pitch.
Outside.
Yep, outside. So McGonigal is having a hard time finding the strike zone. This may not be a bad time for Harding to go out and just calm him down and get him refocused. But McGonigal deals, and outside again. So the count is 2-0 on Sanchez. And the Warriors already have their leadoff and second hitter on base due to back-to-back walks, and Sanchez right now in the driver's seat. I would say this would be a great pitch to hit as McGonigal's going to want to try to get a strike here, and we do get a conversation on the mound.
First baseman Alversa coming over to try and calm down McGonigal here.
I think that's a very good move by Alversa.
Absolutely. Try and calm him down. Tell him maybe just relax. Pitch, don't throw, just pitch. And here comes the pitch.
2-0, and there's a strike on the outside corner.
That's a nice pitch right there.
So the count is now 2-1.
Looked like it hit the upper corner, high in the zone, but got enough of the plate for the umpire to call a strike.
2-1, and just nicks the corner again. The count evens up at 2-2. So Sanchez doing the right thing. You know, he doesn't get the pitch he's looking for.
Nope.
And McGonigal's having a hard time finding the strike zone, so he takes a couple, but now he needs to protect. Runners leading off of second and first. Nobody out. Runners go, and it's outside for a ball.
And uncontested steal of third base there.
So
interesting.
Now the count goes full as McCullough gets his second stolen base of the inning.
So we got a full count, runners at the corners, no outs. Fouled right back, and there goes our microphone.
When we set that up before the game, we said
it's
as long
exactly
as
what you
nobody
said.
hits that. Yep. By the way, Mason Naring has come into pinch run for Luciano. So the freshman has a little wheels. He is at first base. Runners at the corners, full count, and now a throw over to first as the lefty McGonigal wants to check on the freshman Naring.
It's a good toss over. Naring was trying to sneak a little bit of a lead over there, so now his lead is not nearly as big as it was a moment ago.
Runners at the corners, full count. Here's the pitch way outside, and that will send Sanchez to first as Naring moves up to second base, and back-to-back walks to start things off for Elliot McGonigal. And now we get the full meeting on the mound with the entire infield as well as head coach Lou Liberatore.
Yes. And big Waldy Tejada coming up with a big opportunity to drive in some runs and get this day started for the Amityville Warriors with a big base hit here.
And in the past, Amityville has not been a team known for scoring a lot of runs.
Yeah.
They have struggled offensively. There have been years where they have been better because of their starting pitching, but they were still winning games 2-1, 1-0. This year is the best balance we've seen in a long time because they have the solid pitching, but this is a team that offensively has been raking. throughout the year, putting up runs like we haven't seen before.
Look at these. 13, 13, 13, 5, 12, 12, 8, 11, 13. They are putting runs on the board. And let's see if Waldy can continue this trend in the first inning up here as he takes a ball up and away.
So 1-0 the count. McGonigal needs to find the strike zone, but now it's bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the first, and there's a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Count is 1-1 to Walde Tejada, playing third base today for the Amityville Warriors, and a good chance to get some RBIs here. He's in the cleanup spot, so this is who you want up in this situation, is that pitch is low and inside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Tejada.
He's got a good approach here. He knows the pitcher's been a bit wild, so he's taking. He can key in on one specific part of the zone. And let's see what happens.
Pitch way outside. I'll tell you what, Harding's been busy, and he hasn't let anything get past him, to his credit, up to this point. But that'll make the count 3-1, so 1 ball away from walking in the first run of the game. McGonigal sets and deals the 3-1 way inside and gets past the catcher. But it doesn't matter, as taking off from third was McCullough, but he's going to get a free pass home anyway. So 4 straight walks to start tonight's contest, and the Warriors have their first run of the game. Good eye by Tejada, and that'll bring up the number 5 hitter, tonight's starting pitcher for Amityville, Alexander Way.
Yes, sir. Nice job. Good eye. He was able to take it, and
The lefty looks at
lefty,
a strike
lefty.
inside corner, so a rare time for McGonigal tonight so far, getting out in front, and that can make all the difference, getting out in front early. Bases remain loaded, 1-0 Warriors, bottom of the first inning. And there's a swing and a miss on the changeup. So quickly 0-2 to Way. Way, an opportunity to help himself out tonight as the lefty is in the box.
And I apologize. I forgot to put the scoreboard up because I'm pulling double duty tonight.
And strike 3 called on the outside
Looking.
corner, so Way goes down looking. And that is the first Warrior retired here in the bottom of the first inning. It still remains bases loaded with 1 run in, 4 walks in the inning. Amityville looking for their first hit, and it'll be Everson Borges who will be on the hill in game number 2, who's going to try to make that happen. He's playing first base to start tonight, and he looks at ball 1 up and away.
I like the approach of the Amityville batters. They're really taking it, taking the pitches, and making McGonigal throw something in the zone before they really hack at it.
There's a strike on the inside corner, fastball. Count evens up at 1.
Coach Zeiter teaching them good plate discipline.
The 1-1, way outside. Harding has to come up from his crouch and makes the catch, so the count is now 2-1. Borges in the driver's seat. Bases remain loaded. Warriors have 1 run in, 4 walks here in the bottom of the first inning. It's 1-0 Amityville, and there's a pitch in the dirt. Good scoop by Harding, but that makes the count go 3-1. And to your point before, he's got to look for his pitch.
Yep. In danger of walking in yet another run. Here we go.
3-1 is up and away. That's where he's been missing all game, and it is the 5th walk of the inning, and that will score Jeremiah Luciano. So the Warriors now take a 2-0 lead, and they do not have a hit to this point.
No, they haven't. It's nice when you can score runs without needing to get hits.
So that'll bring up Armando Hernandez playing right field tonight for the Warriors, and that one way outside again. So McGonigal really struggling to find the plate here, as it is 1-0 to the Warrior right fielder.
Like you said, he's really struggling to find the plate, but
There's
there
a
he
pitch
goes.
inside corner, called a strike, and the count evens up at 1 apiece. Bases remain juiced for the Warriors. 2 runs in, 5 walks, no hits. And the pitch is all the way to the backstop. And coming home to score on the plate, good heads-up base running, was Darrell Sanchez. Not all the runners will move up. Tejada will move to third. And staying at first base will be Borges. But the Warriors get a run on the wild pitch. And that makes it 3-0 Amityville, as there's another wild pitch, and Jogging into second base now is Borges. So now it is runners on second and third. There goes the force play. Only one away here in the bottom of the first inning. And Amityville has a 3-0 lead, still looking for their first hit. So back-to-back wild pitches. And Hernandez steps back into the box. And the pitch is way upstairs, all the way to the backstop. There goes our microphone again, and that will reload the bases as Hernandez draws the 6th walk of the bottom of the first inning.
We might have to rethink the placement of that microphone, Mr. Grice.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't expect the pitches to be coming back and hitting that microphone, but meeting at the mound, and I think we're going to get we have to get a pitching change because you're only allowed one meeting. But clearly Elliott McGonigal just didn't have it tonight, and it'll be interesting to see what this does to the strategy of Coach Liberatore because, remember, this is a twin billing tonight, and now he's going to have to go to his bullpen really early, which could have a significant impact on game number 2. But we'll update you in a moment as to who's coming in.
Yeah, if my count's correct, it looks like about 24 of his first 31 pitches, or all of his 31 pitches, were balls there. Some of them really missed badly. As you saw, they're struggling with their command. And again, the patience of the Amityville hitters to take and not swing at these pitches out of the zone. And a lot of them score 3 runs in the first inning so far without getting any hits. So nice start to the game for the Warriors.
So Al Cardaris, who was playing third base, he's going to come in to pitch. Cardaris is a senior, and his 2 positions are pitcher and third base. So he'll get his warm-up tosses in, and something to keep in mind here, because he was already in the field, he wasn't able to warm up on the side in the bullpen. So he's going to have to get a few extra pitches here to be able to warm up.
Yes, and as soon as we see who comes into the game at third base, we'll let you guys know.
So let's recap. Top of the first inning went very, very well for the Warriors. Alexander Way, the left-hander, started things off and was able to lead the Warriors to a 1-2-3 top of the first inning as Kaya Alversa flew out to center field. Ford made a ground ball to first base on assisted play, and Al Cardaris, who's now coming into pitch, he grounded out to the pitcher. So that ended things in the top of the first. In the bottom of the first, the Warrior bats haven't had to do anything because it has been 6 walks, and now Cardaris is set, and the 8-hitter, Elijah McCullough, comes to the plate, and there's ball one in the dirt, gets past Harding, but no advancement of the base runners as he hops on it quickly. Cardaris probably needs to do a quicker job of covering the plate just in case, but a very short wall behind the catcher, so the ball is bouncing back. Something both teams are going to have to be aware of if they take a shot at stealing home. There's the pitch, and
low.
A little low. So the count is 2-0 to Elijah McCullough, the Warriors' second baseman.
Yeah, there's not a lot of foul territory behind home plate here. So the ball bounces back quickly, and there is a bouncer. And
that one hits home plate, and again, the runners will hold up. Not a lot of speed on third base for the Warriors at the moment with Tejada.
Looks like Ari Cardaris moved from center field to third base. I can't make out who's playing center field right now.
We'll get you that information as soon as we have it. Here's the pitch, and that hits the corner. Now the runner's coming home as it gets past the catch. Here's the throw, and the ball is dropped by Cardaris, sliding in safely and getting a nice ovation from his teammates is Waldy Tejada, and it is now 4-0. Amityville out in front, and I'll tell you what, Mr. Zwerling, they probably had him at the plate there, but Cardaris couldn't handle it.
Couldn't hold on to the ball, and it looked like the throw did beat him at the plate, but like I said, the pitcher, Al Cardaris, just could not hold on to that toss from Harding to secure the out.
Both runners move up, and here's a pitch, and it's lined into center field, and center fielder makes the catch. We'll have to let you know who that is. Tagging from third base and coming in to score will be Borges. So a good at-bat for the freshman McCullough as he gets a sacrifice fly. He can score it F8. And the Warriors now take a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning, 2 away, and that'll bring up the number 9 hitter. So Amityville officially batting around here in the bottom of the first. It's Armando Bonilla.
5 runs on no hits. That was a good situational hitting, get the ball in the air, and score the runner from third on the sacrifice fly by McCullough. So a nice piece of hitting there.
First pitch from Cardaris is outside for a ball, so 1-0 to Bonilla. And there's a strike on the outside corner, so the count is now 1-1. Armando Bonilla at the plate. Armando Hernandez on third base. And 5 runs in for the Warriors. Here's the pitch, and it's low and away, and the count is 2-1.
Bonilla with a little shimmy.
Cardaris, the righty, deals. Grounded to shortstop. Ford fields, throws off balance, and the scoop cannot be made by Alversa. Moving to second base is Bonilla, and scoring on the play is Hernandez. And the Warriors go up 6-0. We're going to score that in E6 as the first baseman, Alversa, couldn't handle the throw. And that will make us have to.
I'm going to have to rely on your scoring, Matt.
Numbers here, as the Warriors have batted around here in the bottom of the first inning.
It's the first baseball game I've scored in about 20 years. I'll let you take over.
So we're going to have to update our scorecards. And there is a strike to Aiden McCullough. McCullough led things off, has to be at least a half hour ago at this point, I would think. And McCullough, shortstop tonight, walked, came around to score, did steal 2 bases, and he pops one up, coming on, making the call, and the catch is Ford. So it finally comes to an end, but after a walkathon here in the bottom of the first inning, the Amityville Warriors will end up with 6 runs on no hits and nobody left, or 1 left on base. And at the end of 1 inning of play, it's Warriors 6, Killer Bees nothing here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network.
Yeah. Again, just a great job with the patience at the plate by the Warriors, knowing when to take the pitches, see what the pitcher's giving them. And it led to 6 runs, and 6 runs on 0 hits. That's a fantastic oddity that happens in a basketball game. So we have our sideline reporter, Aaron Kruder, who has a story for us, and we'll go down to Aaron right now.
All right, that was the end of the first inning of tonight's first game of the doubleheader, and Amityville has made it out in the lead tonight. And just as Coach Zider said in the pregame interview, they played it out, they were patient, and they played very smart, having, I think, 4 or 5 walks and just playing very smart to the ball. And it's clear that they have trained mentally for this game. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Aaron. 6 walks in total for the Warriors in the bottom of the first inning. It'll be the number 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for the Killer Bees. That'll be Ari Cardaris, who was in center field, has moved to third base as his brother comes into pitch. Tyler Fitzgerald will be batting second, and Sean Jane, the right fielder, will be batting third. And Killer Bees, they have some ground to make up here. Amityville again gets 6 runs on no hits with 1 error and 1 left on base. And that is not going to get it done here. It's going to be a long night if the Killer Bees can't find the strike zone. Coming back into the game, I think it's important to mention, is the catcher for the Amityville Warriors, and that would be Luciano, as Naring came in to pinch run for him in the bottom of the first inning. And it looks like we are all set as Luciano goes out and talks to the lefty Wayne, and Way is set. We're all set.
Here we go.
Top of the second inning, Warriors up 6-0.
We'll see how that long bottom of the first inning affect Way on the mound. So, not throwing the ball a lot, even though he did get to the plate. He struck out in the first inning, struck out looking, but he was sitting down for a while, and he can get cold that way. So we'll see if maybe that can work to the Killer Bees' benefit, and they can get back in this thing.
Cardaris steps in, And here's the pitch, and it's a fastball just a bit high, so the count is 1-0. And something to keep in mind, it's beautiful out. Most of the season they played in lousy weather, so the warmer weather is probably going to help keep his arm a little fresher, as that next pitch is also upstairs.
2-0. And the southpaw comes into the pitch.
And it's inside all the way back to the backstop, so this is not what we want to see. You have a 6-0 lead. You just throw strikes. Go out there and throw strikes. You don't have to be too cute. Your team has done a good job, but a 3-0 count on Cardaris to start things off here in the top of the second. Way deals, and that's way outside. So a 4-pitch walk to start things out here in the top of the second, and the Killer Bees have their first base runner of the game. We'll have to see what the running game looks like, again, with the lefty on the mound. And a quick throw over to first base. And paying attention, Cardaris, good job heads up there. Good communication between Way and Borges, who is the Amityville first baseman.
Yeah, and Way only threw 6 pitches in the very efficient first inning. So you could see right off the bat he's having trouble locating his pitches in the plate. 4 straight balls to open the inning, and there's a 5th one.
Fitzgerald looks at ball 1. That one was close, a little upstairs, but not a terrible pitch. But you definitely want to get ahead in the count, as Cardaris leads off of first. Way checks the runner and deals the 1-0, and that one's way upstairs. The count is 2-0, and Way has to realize right now, again, don't even worry about the runner on first base. And Coach Zeider, I think, recognizes that immediately.
I was just about to say, I wouldn't be shocked to see a mound visit just to kind of have him take a breath, take a beat. So remember, hey, you got a 6-run lead. You had a great, efficient first inning. Just throw strikes. That's all you have to do. Let the defense take care of it if the ball's put in play. They made 3 putouts in the first inning, and just trust your defenders.
Excellent mound visit. I totally agree. Really, really quick conversation, and I'm sure that's all it was. Exactly what you said. Look, you're up 6-0. Just throw strikes and trust your defense.
Absolutely.
So it will be a 2-0 pitch to Tyler Fitzgerald, and 6 straight balls here to start the top of the second inning from Way.
Let's see how he responds to that visit.
Way checks the runner and deals. There's a
go.
fastball cut on and missed, and the count is 2-1.
It's like everything Zeider does turns to gold. Look at this.
Way looks over at Cardaris. And now, a little flick over to first base. If this was the major leagues, we'd have a problem as 2 throwovers, and that's it. But high school has not done that yet, so he can keep throwing over there.
That was not a serious pickoff attempt over there. That was just more, hey, I still know you're there. Yeah.
And there's the pitch, and that's a fastball upstairs. So the count is 3-1 now on Fitzgerald. 6-0 Warriors, top of the second inning. Nobody out as Cardaris led off the inning with a walk. And the 3-1 to Fitzgerald. And there's a fastball outside. So back-to-back walks as Cardaris heads to second. And Fitzgerald takes his free pass to first base. And that will bring up the number 6 hitter, Sean Jane, playing right field tonight for the Killer Bees in Game 1. Jane, a left-handed hitter. And that sun's starting to get a little lower in the sky over the left field wall. You wonder if he sees that out of the corner of his eye a little bit. Way deals fastball outside. Count 1-0, and now Way is having trouble locating the strike zone.
Interesting how, what you said before, pitchers are, especially at this level, they're afraid to pitch inside. Notice, now that the left-hander comes up, his pitches are trending over to the other side of the plate.
There's a fastball at the chin, and it is now 2-0. And up to this point, Way has only thrown 1 strike this half inning. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Jane in the left-handed hitter's box, and there's a pitch. There's a strike on the outside corner, and the count is 2-1.
Nice pitch right there. Hopefully that can, for him, that resets him. Gets that pitching motion down, knows where his release point is now. Let's see how he follows that up.
2-1, fastball, and thinking about it, but taking was Jane, and it is now 3-1.
Danger of walking the bases loaded right here.
Which is exactly what got the Killer Bees in trouble in the bottom of the first. 6-0 Warriors without a hit. And here is the 3-1. There's a strike. It
Oh.
looked like, I guess not. I thought the umpire.
Didn't he call strike there?
I thought he said
I
strike.
thought he said strike as well.
But I guess not. So the third free pass issued for this inning by Way. Jane goes to first. Fitzgerald goes to second. And trotting over to third base is Cardaris. And that will bring up the number 7 hitter, Jalen Harding. Harding was very busy in the bottom of the first inning as he's been catching tonight for the Killer Bees. And several balls in the dirt, several balls over his head, a couple of plays at the plate. But now he has a chance to help his team out and get them back into this. And I'll tell you what, a 6-0 lead is pretty good, but it's the top of the second inning. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. And with bases loaded, nobody out, a prime opportunity for the Killer Bees to get right back into this contest.
Yeah, and looks like the outfield is playing in a little bit.
Here's the pitch, and it's a fastball upstairs. So now you really have to worry because you don't want to walk in a run. And at the same point, if you keep missing the strike zone, you're going to have to give him something to hit. And the pitch is inside to Harding, and the count is 2-0. And mentioned it before, Way has only found the strike zone twice so far this half inning. Bases remain juiced. The lefty deals, and it is swung on and hit in the air to left center field. Coming over and making the catch is Sanchez. Tagging from third base and scoring will be Cardaris at the plate.
He's out!
Get him.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe it. The throw came in from the outfield to third base. It was cut off and thrown home.
What a fantastic
That was a great
defensive
relay.
play.
Score that an 8-6-2.
Double play.
And that is an impressive double play for the Amityville Warriors. I stand corrected. That throw came in from the outfield to try to prevent the runner from advancing to third. Heads-up play by the shortstop, McCullough, to throw it home. And that is a momentum changer right there. There's a pitch upstairs to Finn Alversa, who is the number 8 hitter.
And Sanchez with a very, very heads-up play. Got that ball right to the cutoff man where McCullough threw a strike to Luciano at home, and it was pretty easily got him. I mean, all he had to do was catch the ball and put down the tag. He did just that, and just like that, 2 outs and a chance to get out of the inning unscathed.
There's a pitch, hits the inside corner. Count is 1-1 to Alversa. So now it's runners on first and second with 2 outs instead of bases loaded with no outs, as it was just a moment ago. There's a fastball just a bit low, and the count is 2-1 to Alversa. But I am so impressed. I wish we had replay on that because I would love to see what happened. Did Cardaris jog home from third base?
It looked like he might not have been giving it his all. Like like we all did, just assumed that he was going to be able to score easily on that. But just 2 perfect throws, a perfect throw from Sanchez to McCullough, the cutoff man, who then threw a strike to Luciano at home plate. And they got him much, much easier than I think he should have.
So Way walks the number 8 hitter, Alversa, on 5 pitches. So both teams still looking for their first hit of the day, but Warriors so far have kept them off the scoreboard. It's still 6-0, bases loaded, 2 outs, and now we're going to check in with Aaron Kruder.
Not a great start to the second inning for Amityville, but they have come back with that great save by Jeremiah Luciano of the Amityville Warriors. And they are meeting at the mound right now with their coach, Jack Snyder, and they're for sure talking it out right now, seeing how to play out the rest of this inning and just prevent Bridgehampton from scoring. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Aaron. It is so beautiful out tonight that I don't know what my face looks like right now, if it's red.
But look at the top of my head.
Mr. Swirling over here.
I'm
looks
a bit
like he's gonna need
follically
some
challenged here, as my students tell me all the time.
Aloe vera when he goes home tonight. All right, it looks like the conversation is over, and we are actually going to get a pitching change. So coming into pitch for the Warriors now will be number 13, and that is Aiden McCullough. So we talked about how he had pitched the last game and pitched very well. He's going to come in relief for the Warriors right now.
And again, with the sun setting in left field, right as I try and look towards our shortstop, I can't make out the number of who moved over to shortstop.
We need some binoculars here, but we will get you that
Someone with younger eyes
information.
than me can maybe see that.
So while McCullough gets loose, let's just recap what happened this inning. So a great start for Way in the top of the first inning, 1-2-3. Bottom of the first inning, Warriors put 6 across the plate on no hits, all walks. Took a 6-0 lead. Way lost the strike zone to start the top of the second inning, walking the first 3 hitters. And then a tremendous play that we are still trying to figure out exactly how it happened. A fly ball to Sanchez. Should have been an easy sac fly. The ball was hit by Jalen Harding. Sanchez made the catch, threw into McCullough, who's now on the mound, as the cutoff, in line to throw to third base to try and prevent Tyler Fitzgerald from advancing to third. It worked perfectly, but a heads-up play by McCullough, who turned and ended up throwing home and getting Cardaris out at the plate. And we're not sure if he wasn't running hard or what happened on that play, but the Warriors have a chance to get out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam here in the top of the second with the number 9 hitter, Daver Cabanas, up at the plate. And
bounce that one in.
Yeah, ball 1. So not the best pace baseball game to start here. Armando Bonilla will move to shortstop as there's a swing and a miss, so the count is 1-1. And here's the pitch. Bases remain loaded. There's a strike on the breaking ball outside corner. And for the first time this inning, for either team, I think we can say, pitcher's ahead in the count.
Look at this.
So it'll be a 1-2 to Cabanas. And Weekack swung on and missed, and that will end it. So good job by the Warriors as they get into and out of trouble. No runs, no hits, no errors, 3 left on base. And at the end of an inning and a half of play, it's Warriors 6 and Bridgehampton 0.
Just a wonderful, wonderful job by the Warriors there to get out of the trouble that they put themselves into. 3 straight walks followed by that sparkling defensive play. And then the pitching change, or Aiden McCullough bounces the first pitch and then manages to rebound and strike out Daver Cabanas to end the inning with no runs scored. So they still have a 6-0 lead as we head into the bottom of the second inning.
And we'll have to see who jogs out to center field for Bridgehampton. And it looks like it's Sean Jane, who was in right field before. So we'll have to figure out who the right fielder is. High school baseball for you, folks.
Finest.
It looks like Eli McClelland has come into the game in right field.
And Al Cardaris still on the mound, getting his warm-up tosses in. So he stays in to pitch, as we are going to have, I think, Luciano leading off.
All right. It looks like we are all set to start the bottom of the second inning, a game that is desperate to find some pace. Thank you for joining us here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Matt Grice, Corey Worley, Aaron Kruger, here bringing you tonight's action. Warriors with a 6-0 lead as we see the number 2 hitter look at ball 1 in the dirt outside corner, and that is the catcher, Jeremiah Luciano. He walked his first time up in the first inning, came around to score. As there's a healthy cut on a good breaking ball, and the count evens at 1 apiece.
Still no hits tonight for either team.
And the 1-1 swung on and missed. Good scoop by Harding behind the plate, and the count is 1-2. So Al Cardaris, who got thrown out at home in the last inning, or in the top of this inning, I should say, he has gotten ahead of the count, which is something that the Killer Bees struggled with in the bottom of the first. And here is the pitch, and I take it back. It plunks Luciano in the back, and he will jog down to first base on the hit by pitch. So he is 0 for 0, but he's been on base 2 times
Nice.
tonight. That'll bring up the number 3 hitter, Darrell Sanchez. Sanchez also walked in the first inning and came around, moved up on the base paths as a result of other walks, and eventually scored on a wild pitch.
Naring coming in to pinch run for Luciano yet again, just as he did in the first inning.
So this will be Naring's last opportunity to see the field in game 1, as here's the pitch, and it's swung on and missed. A good breaking ball that dipped outside, and the count 0-1 on Sanchez.
That was a nice pitch. Fooled Sanchez on that one.
The 0-1, and a curveball. Strike on the inside corner as Sanchez is behind in the count 0-2.
So Carderas is coming in throwing strikes here.
Naring takes off. There's a pitch inside. Throw down to second base. The tag is in time. So Naring, the pinch runner, gunned down. Great throw by Harding. Good take by Sanchez as that ball was low. Not an easy pitch to throw on by Harding, but a great play. And Naring is thrown out at second base.
Harding did a nice job there picking up that ball and throwing a dart down to second base to catch Naring.
Grounded to third base through the legs of the third baseman and fielded by Fitzgerald, so he'll get it in, but that will be scored as an E5, allowing Sanchez to get on for the second time tonight. And with 1 out, that'll bring up Waldy Tejada.
Waldy, just like everyone else, looking for his first hit tonight. Walked and scored in the first inning, just as many of the Amityville players did. And he takes a first pitch ball.
Runner goes, ball low, throw down to second base, and sliding in safely will be Sanchez. That throw from Harding a little bit too far to the left side of the field. So a stolen base for Sanchez.
Aggressive base running by Amityville today. 4 steals attempts in the first 2 innings, with 3 of them successful.
And there's the pitch, and it's nubbed foul. And the count is now 2-1.
Waldy looking to get a hold of one. Drive, as it looks like the outfield is playing straight away.
And a throw to second base. That was close to being a balk there. In fact, I hear screaming from the Warrior dugout. They wanted a balk called on that one. But getting back in time with Sanchez. But good move by Carderas, making sure that he's paying attention to Sanchez.
Almost threw that one into center field as well.
2-1 to Tejada. Carderas checks the runner, throws, and goes over Tejada's head. He ducks out of the way, and the count is 3-1.
Nice job by Waldy getting out of the way that time.
Again, Carderas came on in relief in the bottom of the first inning for McGonigal, who was having a very difficult time finding the strike zone. And there's a ground ball, third base, and dropped by Carderas. Throws across the diamond, not in time. Moving to third is Sanchez, and we'll score that in E5 as Tejada gets on base for the second time today. And it is runners at the corners with 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Warriors on top 6-0. So Ari Carderas, brother of Al Carderas, not helping his brother out with a couple of errors here over at third base. And that will bring up Alex Way, who, as we get a throw over to first, nothing doing. Way started the game on the bump for the Warriors. Great top of the first, and then he lost the strike zone in the top of the second. So he goes over to third base.
A little bit of a delay as Waldy, or Tejada, knocked first base off into the foul territory, and they had to put it back in place.
And there's a foul tip, and Way is behind. 0-1 in the count. Way, I believe, actually, in not third base. I believe Way is now out in left field as Warriors had to shift some things around. Bonilla came in to shortstop as Aiden McCullough came in on relief for Way, and Way looks at a ball just outside, and the count is 1-1.
Just getting a memo here from Dr. Cardone saying he is so proud of the performance of the baseball team this year. So shout out to Dr. Cardone tuning in on our Amityville Warrior Broadcasting Network. Thank you for listening.
Runner at the corners, grounded, second base, dives, gets past Alversa, and a run will come in to score. First hit of the game for either team. It's a hit for Way, and the Warriors plate another runner, and they now go up 7-0. 13-0 here in the bottom of the second inning.
Nice piece of hitting there by Way. And getting the first hit of the game, driving in a run. What's better than that?
So Everson Borges, Game 2's starting pitcher, he steps up to the plate and looks at ball one. Borges, his first at-bat, he walked and moved to second base on a wild pitch, would eventually come around to score on another walk. 7-0 Warriors here. Runners at first and second, and there's a strike breaking ball outside part of the plate. Count evens up at 1-1.
I don't know if our mics are picking it up, but the Amityville dugout really loudly cheering on their teammates here.
Breaking ball, grounded.
Fair
down the third base line. Coming into field, it is Fitzgerald. One run will come in to score as the ball is cut off by Cardaris. And back-to-back singles for the Warriors. This time it's Borges, and it is now 8-0 Warriors here in the bottom of the second inning.
Fantastic, and the hit parade is beginning here in Selden.
Way advances to third base on the play, and that will bring up the number 7 hitter, Armando Hernandez, Amityville's right fielder in Game 1 here tonight on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. And he looks at strike one on the inside part of the plate, and the count is 0-1. Dr. Cardone, you had mentioned before, principal of Amityville High School, has done a tremendous job this year as there's a pitch nubbed foul towards the Warrior dugout. Count is quickly 0-2. And we appreciate him listening in tonight. And we have to talk about, maybe we'll do it in between games here, what a turnaround for this Warrior program, the job that this coaching staff has done to make this team competitive every single game. Is there's strike 3 call, breaking ball, outside corner. So Hernandez goes down looking, and that is the second out here as Chris Naring, or Mason Naring, was thrown out at trying to steal second base. And with runners at the corners and 2 away, the number 8 hitter, Elijah McCullough, comes up. He grounds one towards shortstop. Forward, over, makes the play on the backhand, throws across the diamond, scooped by the first baseman, Alvar Serra, in time. And that will do it here. Great play by the best player on Bridgehampton. Ford thrown across the diamond, scored 6-3. And at the end of 2 innings of play, the Warriors end up getting 2 runs on 2 hits, with 2 errors and 2 left on base. And at the end of 2 innings of play, it's Amityville 8 and Bridgehampton 0.
What a fantastic job by Ford there at shortstop, going deep to his right-hand side to grab that ball. It looked like it was going to sneak through into left field, falling away from first baseman, and get McCullough in time for the out. Just a fantastic defensive play there by Bridgehampton.
So that'll take us to the top of the 3rd inning. And again, thank you for spending your Friday evening here with us on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Matt Grice, Corey Zwirling, Aaron Kruder. And we have a lot of baseball to go here as we have this one followed by a second game after this. Hopefully that sun will have set by then. It's still beautiful out. Light little breeze here. Doesn't seem to be affecting the ball in the air too much. But the Warriors will take the field, and taking the mound again, Aiden McCullough. We had mentioned that he had pitched in Amityville's last game, a victory for them, and he had pitched very well against Greenport in a 13-2 win.
Yes, again, he allowed 1 earned run, only gave up 3 hits, walking 3, as they went on to win that game 13-2 against Greenport, and this was back on April 28th, just a few days ago. So here he is coming back. He had a nice job in relief so far this game, and looking to continue that in the 3rd inning. That just reminded me, I forgot to update the scoreboard.
Not sure if Coach Zeider had the intention of using Aiden McCullough today or this early in the game, but the game plan has to be at this point with an 8-0 lead, just throw strikes.
Yes, absolutely. Now with a second game coming up, as the tail end of this doubleheader, you got an 8-0 lead. Just throw the ball over the plate, put the ball in play. The last thing you want to do is walk batters, hit batters, clog up the bases with Bridgehampton base runners, and throw more pitches and spend more pitchers when you need them for the second game.
So it's the top of the order, starting with Kai Alversa, then Tate Ford, and then Al Cardaris. And Alversa looks at strike one, and now he hits a can of corn out to center field. Sanchez camps underneath it, and a quick out here in the top of the third inning.
Yeah, nice job. That's exactly what you want to see. Throw pitches, make them put the ball in play, and trust your teammates to make the play that they do. And that's exactly what Sanchez did on that fly out by Alversa right there.
Alversa flew out in his first at-bat back in the first inning also, so he is 0 for 2 on the day. That brings up Tate Ford. And this is a guy that when things are going well for Bridgehampton, he always seems to find himself in the middle of it. We'll have to see if he's pitching game 2. But the shortstop grounded out to the first baseman in the first inning, swings at the first pitch, lifts a high fly ball to center field. Chasing it down is Sanchez, and he is able to make the catch in center field, reaching over his left side. So Sanchez getting the job done, as that is his fourth catch of the game tonight.
He had a nice job there. He had to run a long way to catch that ball. He's playing a little bit shallow. Really got on his horse there, running away from the plate deep and making that over-the-shoulder catch out there, making it look pretty easy as well. But this is exactly what you want for your pitcher. 8-0 lead, throw strikes, and he's already got 2 outs very quick. What, 3 pitches into the inning?
Cardars comes up trying to help himself out, swings at a changeup, weak hack, and is down in the count 0-1. That's the nice thing about having a speedy center fielder who you can trust, because you can play him shallower as that ball is fouled off, count as 0-2. Yeah. You can play Sanchez shallower knowing that if somebody gives the ball a ride, you know that he can get on his horse and track it down. And I'll tell you what, he was in that same position when that relay play happened in the top of the second inning, and if he wasn't able to play that shallow, who knows if the Warriors are able to get the play at the plate. And here's the 0-2, swung and popped up on the first base side. Borges gives it a look and makes the catch in foul territory. So a quick top of the third inning for the Amityville Warriors, which is exactly what you want with an 8-0 lead. And for the Killer Bees, that inning they get no runs on no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of 2.5 innings of play, it is 8-0 Amityville.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered right there. A nice, quick inning. McCullough came in through strikes, had them put the ball in play, and the Bridgehampton batters were pretty aggressive there. They're trying to get back into this game, swinging early, swinging often, and that allowed McCullough to have a nice, quick, easy inning. And I'm curious to see if he'll come back out again for the 4th inning.
I would imagine so, because, again, he wasn't slated to start Game 2. Game 2 will be Everson Borges pitching. So, hey, he's in there. You know you can trust him. Let him go at this point. You know, this is Bridgehampton's a good baseball team. We mentioned before that they are neck and neck with the Warriors in the standing, 9-4 overall, where Amityville is 7-3. Amityville in second place in the League 8 standings, where the Killer Bees are right behind them in third. With an 8-0 lead, this is one that you have to hold on to. But earlier in the year, Amityville lost to Bridgehampton. And we mentioned last year they were swept in this very same doubleheader. So you know that Coach Zeider is not going to allow his squad to ease up on the gas pedal. But to your point, you have to keep throwing strikes. And, you know, credit to McCullough coming in relief and getting the job done.
Yeah, so not only are they close in the standings, like you said, they lost on April 16th to Bridgehampton, but they lost 15-5. You know, so they want their revenge, and they're getting it right now with an 8-0 lead here in the bottom of the third, as Armando Bonilla is stepping up to the plate, and the first pitch is right down the middle for a strike.
So due up for the Warriors, 9-1-2. It is Bonilla, followed by Aiden McCullough and Luciano. And there's the pitch in the dirt, knocked down by Harding, and the count is 1-1.
Bounce that one away. Nice job by Harding to keep that in front of him.
JV coach Dan Manley, late jog out to the first base coach's box as Coach Zeider is over at third. Here's the pitch, and that is a strike. So the count is 1-2 on Amityville's number 9 hitter. Bonilla in the first inning reached on an E6. As here's the pitch, and it's lined right up the middle for a base hit. So good start for the Warriors here in the bottom of the third. Third hit of the game for Amityville. Bonilla is now 1 for 2. And we go back to the top of the lineup. Aiden McCullough, the shortstop, who has now come in to pitch. He will come up with Bonilla on first.
Nice job. Nice piece of hitting there by Bonilla. Down 1-2 in the count. and was able to take that fastball right back up the middle and split the two defenders, the second base and shortstop, our two Ford and Alversa, and get a nice single over there as Carderas tosses over to keep Bonilla close at first base as McCullough steps in, waiting for his first pitch.
Here's the pitch, and it's a breaking ball. Nicks the outside corner for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Center field, Jane's playing pretty deep. Shallow in right field is McClellan, who came into this game. There's a pitch outside, taking off and making it without a throw is Armando Bonilla. So good steal for the Warriors' number 9 hitter. Harding couldn't handle the pitch, and it is now 1-1 to McCullough, who now has a runner in scoring position.
4th stolen base of the game for the Warriors. Nice job on the base paths.
Here's the pitch, swung on and hit in the air to center field. Center field's been a busy spot today, and coming in and making the call on the catch is Jane. Here's the throw over to third base, but sliding in safely, almost over sliding the bag, was Bonilla. So good job by McCullough as he is able to move Bonilla over to third base, and it will be Jeremiah Luciano who comes up with one away and base runner 90 feet away.
Coach Liberatore with good defensive positioning on that. You were just mentioning the center field is playing kind of deep. He only had to take a few steps in order to catch that ball. It's hit right out to him. So I guess he's got the scouting report on McCullough over there. So nice job.
Yeah, missing the cutoff, though, on the throw-in, and it was still a very close play at third base. You wonder if they, have a better shot there. But Luciano comes up in the first inning. He walked, would end up coming around to score. In the second inning, Luciano.
They call him out?
Did they? So now, I guess they're going to, a very delayed call. They're going to say Bonilla did overslide the base.
Did overslide.
And he was standing out there for a while as that ball was grounded to third. This time it's picked by Carderas, throws across the diamond, and makes the play to end the inning. So score it 5-3, and at the end of 3 innings of play, Amityville has no runs on 1 hit with no errors and nobody left on base. And the Warriors carry a 8-0 lead. We're going to step aside for just a moment here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. And when we come back, Corey Zwirling will take over the play-by-play duties. But a lot of baseball coming up. We'll be right back after this.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. Sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
This is Jeremiah Luciano, starring catcher on Amityville baseball team, and you're watching Amityville Broadcasting Network.
And welcome back to Middle Country Park as the Amityville Warriors currently have an 8-0 lead as we get set to start the 4th inning of play here over the Killer Bees. Matt Grice, Corey Zwirling, and now we check in with the 3rd member of our crew, Aaron Kruder.
Hi, thank you. I'm here with Amityville High School teacher, Mr. Jorgensen. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good, great. How are you feeling about the game so far? What are your thoughts?
So far, so good. I mean, I love what I'm seeing. We're definitely, dominating Bridgehampton, which I love to see. But, they deserve it. They've been working hard. We are, making plays. I saw the double play earlier. That was good. We're hitting balls like we've never before. The whole team is coming together, coaching staff, everything. But by far, I would say the best thing has to be the announcements.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Aaron, as we get a ball outside to the number 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up, Ari Kardaris. And now I'm going to hand over the play-by-play duties as ball 2 hits the dirt to Mr. Corey Zwirling.
Thanks, Matt. And the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, so it's a 2-0 count to Ari Kardaris as Aiden McCullough comes in for his 3rd inning of duty. He came in relief in the 1st inning. And thanks again to Mr. Jorgensen for coming out to support the Warriors tonight here in Selden. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening as McCullough comes to the set. And the 2-0 pitch is a strike right on the outside corner. So we got a 2-1 count to Kardaris.
That sun is getting brutal. We'll have to see how that may impact a throw coming in from left field.
Absolutely. And it's a pop-up high in the air right behind shortstop. And, it drops the ball as Bonilla loses that one in the sky, hits him in the glove, and we have an E6 to start out the 4th inning.
So what should have been an easy play is not. Bonilla didn't start the game at shortstop tonight, so you wonder if that could have an impact. But regardless, let's see how the Warriors respond.
And the first pitch is up and away, and we have a 1-0 count to Tyler Fitzgerald, the left fielder for the Bridgehampton Killer Bees.
Fitzgerald walked his first time up, made it to 3rd, never touched the plate.
And the 1-0 pitch is outside. So we got 2-0. Runner on first. 8-0 Amityville here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Ari Kardaris taking his lead at first base, and the pitch is swung on and missed for a first strike.
Big secondary lead for Kardaris over at first, and I would imagine that Coach Zeider is telling his pitcher, McCullough, don't worry about the runner. You have an 8-run lead. Focus on the hitter.
Again, just toss it in. The 2-1 pitch is up, and ball 3-1 as the Bridgehampton bench is starting to get vocal, cheering on their team, jeering at the Amityville pitcher. And the pitch is swing and a miss, and down he goes.
Good job by
missed the
Luciano
strike over there. Sorry.
Holding on to that on the foul tip, and Luciano's able to make the catch.
I missed the strike on that. Yeah, but nice job. Great piece of pitching, coming back after the error and getting the big strikeout, keeping Kardaris at first. So here comes Sean Jane with a first pitch strike. 0-1 to the starting right fielder.
Jane walked his first at-bat.
And here comes the 0-1. And it is driven deep into center field. And Sanchez drifts back and makes a great catch. Tosses it into Bonilla at shortstop at the cutoff and is able to keep Kardaris at first base. So a fly out to center field for the 2nd out. And McCullough is just cruising right along. Two outs, not too many pitches thrown. He had a very quick and efficient 3rd inning as well. And he's just doing what he needs to do. Come in with the big lead, throw strikes. The pitch is hit to the shortstop, gobbled up by Bonilla. The throw to first gets by the first baseman, Borges. And Kardaris able to take 3rd on the throwing error.
So score that an E6. And I was actually just about to say that one of the biggest differences between the team this year and teams of the past, they used to call it the Amityville inning, where an error would be made and then another, and the team would unravel. And this year, the team has been able to pick each other up defensively. And even though there's 2 errors this inning with 2 outs, they can still get out of this Amityville unscathed.
Yes, and Bonilla with 2 errors in the inning, but his team still cheering him up as the runner takes off to second base, uncontested, no throw on the strike. And we now have runners at 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch is coming in, and it is driven to the shortstop. Bonilla picks it up, throws to first for the out, and just like that, the damage is averted. And that is a ground out to the shortstop. And Amityville able to escape the inning with no runs given up, so they maintain this 8-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Again, just a stellar job coming in relief by Aiden McCullough as the Amityville Warriors have a nice little powwow in front of the dugout with a nice team chant. And Miss Westfall joining the crowd now with her son.
And I can't overstate what we were just talking about. we've seen this team for many, many years, and when they've been better, they've always seemed to have that one, Amityville inning, if you want to call it that. But it always starts out with, somebody makes a mistake and things start to unravel. So to me, there is a reason why this Warrior team comes in at 7-3, which is something, winning record we haven't been able to say in a very long time.
That's right.
But it's because, so your shortstop drops a pop-up and then throws it in the dirt over to first base. But not only does his teammates bail him out, and you get out of that inning without giving up a run, but Bonilla was able to bounce back
Bingo.
and make the play on the last out of the inning, a solid throw over to first base.
I was just going to say, it's very nice to see Bonilla come back after making those 2 innings and get the big final out. You had the runner at second bearing down on him. You had the runner coming home to try and score the run, and he was able to concentrate enough to gobble up that ground ball, toss it over to first base. So 8-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Amityville coming to bat. We have Darrell Sanchez coming up. Darrell Sanchez, stellar center field play, and here he is. He reached on a walk and an error. He has a stolen base, 2 runs scored, looking to add to those totals in this at-bat.
So from 1981 to 2002, so 40 seasons, Amityville has had 38 losing seasons, including 23 straight from 1998 to 2022. They have a record of 5-204 since 2011, not counting this season. So it is significant what this team has been able to put together this year and continues to do as they have an 8-0 lead.
Absolutely, and a testament to Coach Zeider. We'll talk about that in a moment, as the ground ball to shortstop and beats that throw over to first base. And Sanchez is on with an infield single, grounder to the shortstop. He was hustling all the way down the line and able to reach first base.
Yeah, Ford made a really good play. That ball was not hit very hard, so Ford had to come in and throw it hard off the diamond. Give credit to Alversa over at first, made a great scoop, but Sanchez hustling all the way, center field speed, turns it into an infield single.
It's nice to see the kids hustling and not lollygagging down to first base, too. As the first pitch to Waldy Tejada is a low and outside ball. But going back to that long losing streak we went over, what's amazing to me is that Coach Zeider was still selected as League 5 Coach of the Year in 2021, despite losing. That's a testament to his coaching ability right there, and the respect that the rest of the league has for him and the program that he was running here in Amityville.
Sanchez gets dirt. Well, I guess he's not getting dirty because it's artificial dirt.
Well, maybe he's picking up those pellets that we have all over the booth here. We walked in, we thought it was all mouse droppings.
No, it's from this beautiful AstroTurf field.
Yep. Here comes the pitch, and the runners taking second base, stealing on the play. Sorry, it's tough for me to see with this right here. I got a bar covering first base. I got to scooch over a little bit. But Sanchez stealing second base, and there was no throw because the ball skipped away from the catcher. And here comes the pitch to Tejada. Is low and away again. So another ball. 2-0. 3-0, sorry. 3-0 to Tejada. And tosses that one in for a strike. So a 3-1 count, runner at second with nobody out. Amityville with an 8-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning, looking to add onto it with a base hit right here from Tejada. The 3-1 pitch is low, ball 4, and another walk for the Amityville Warriors.
Tejada, that's his second time walking tonight. He's on base all 3 times, but he's 0-1 because back in the 2nd inning he reached on an E5. But Tejada has scored in both times that he's been on the base path so far this game.
And now with the sun really dipping low, we got some clouds over there, but the sun's peeking through almost at the sight line. So we'll see how Alexander Way can, batting left-handed with the sun in his face. Not as strong, though, because the angle's much lower, as you were making fun of me before.
I think that that was interesting what just happened. Cardar stepped off the base, and Sanchez just stood there as if he was daring him to throw it. So this time, Cardar does throw it.
Here comes the pitch, and Way pops it out to left field. Long run for Fitzgerald, who who drops the ball, and here comes the merry-go-round. Coming from all the way from second base is Sanchez to score. Tejada stays at second base as the ball comes into the infield, and an RBI, well, not an RBI because that was an error on Fitzgerald for that, and it's 9-0 Amityville here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
So we have to make a decision here. I couldn't really see it. The ball bounced before he got to it, correct?
I looked to me, again, we don't have the greatest vantage point here staring right in the sun. It looked to me like he just did not catch the ball. He ran over and might have overrun it a little bit, hit him in his glove, and he wasn't able to bring it in.
All right, so we'll go with it. We'll trust you on that. We'll call that an E7.
That's dangerous to trust me for something. And a shot up to second base, steps on second. The throw over to first is bounced in. Here comes the runner all the way from second base to score. And what is happening? It's one run scores. And yes, he was out of second base, but the run scores to make it 10-0 Amityville. Just a fantastic offensive, onslaught with the discipline at the plate today. Just a great job. So here comes Armando Castillo Hernandez to the plate. 10-0 Amityville here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and the first pitch is a ball.
So score that one, a 4 unassisted fielder's choice, as the second baseman Finn Alversa stepped on the bag, but his brother couldn't make the scoop over at first base. Fielder's choice, run scores on the play.
So second pitch came in as a ball. The third pitch hits the outside corner for a strike, so it's a 2-1 count to Castillo Hernandez. Runner on first base. One out here in the bottom of the fourth. And comebacker to the pitcher, throws to second for the force out, over to first, and he's out. He is out, and Castillo grounds into the double play. So that'll end the inning. After 4 innings, Amityville with a 10-0 lead. As they go ahead and take the field, we'll see if McCullough is still going to pitch as we head to the top of the 5th inning here in Selden at this beautiful ballpark. And it looks like McCullough is going back to the mound. I mean, why not?
So let's break down what just happened there. Let off with a base hit. Sanchez steals second base. He comes around to score. Tejada would wind up walking. He comes around to score. So Sanchez and Tejada have each been on base 3 times tonight, and have scored all 3 times for both of them. Then we had the drop ball out in left field by Way, but then some interesting defensive plays as Borges grounded into a 4 unassisted fielder's choice, getting the lead runner Way at second base. And then a really nice play, ground ball hit hard up the middle, fielded by the pitcher, threw it to the shortstop and back over to first base for the 1-6-3 double play to get out of the inning. So a very clean inning fundamentally, minus the fly ball to left field. And you take the walks out of this game for both teams. If you take the walks out of this game, it's probably 0-0 in a pitcher's duel right now, if you think about it that way. But with the Killer Bees coming up, they don't have a hit tonight.
No.
And I know I'm going to get yelled at. You don't want to jinx anything. I don't really believe in those sorts of things. But as we go into the top of the 5th inning, remember, we play 7 here. And don't go anywhere at the end of this one because we have a second game coming up.
Another one coming up.
Once the sun is down, the lights are on, a beautiful evening, we'll bring you game 2. But right now, Amityville all over the Killer Bees 10-0. But as we were just saying, they're doing it with a really good eye at the plate, timely hitting, good base running.
Great defense.
Great defense all around, especially center field. Sanchez doing a really nice job.
Sanchez is playing a heck of a game. Anyway, the pitch from McCullough is on the outside corner for a strike as we are here in the top of the 5th inning. The 9, 1, and 2 hitters are coming up, and Daver Cabarrus, the DH, swings and misses, and it is quickly an 0-2 count.
Cabanas struck out back in the 2nd inning.
And hits a sharp liner to shortstop, and it gets past Bonilla. And what were you saying about jinxes, Matt?
There it is, right? So send in your angry letters right now because there goes the no-hitter.
It is amazing how that works like clockwork.
It really is. But a good piece of hitting by Cabanas, who didn't have the best hacks and looks the first time against McCullough, but gets a seeing eye single past the dive of Bonilla over his short.
It's a nice job. So runner at first, and it is a can't really see. It's a slow roller to shortstop, but the third baseman jumps in front, picks it up, throws it to first, but it is not in time. And 2 quick hits. We have a nice shot up the middle, followed by an infield single from Kyle Versa. And just like that, we've got 2 runners on, 2 hits. And up comes Tate Ford, the shortstop.
This is the guy you want at the plate right now if you're going to have any attempt at a comeback.
Absolutely. In the first pitch, it is high, ball 1.
And, you know, if you're McCullough right now, don't worry about it. Not only do you have a big lead, but a seeing eye single and a very, very lightly hit ball that, you know, it's just an infield single. Sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and there's a high pop fly to shallow left field. It is caught and tossed in, so the runners do not advance. So we have 1 out, call that a F7. And we've got 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Oops.
Something the Warriors need to be aware of defensively. Also, not a lot of speed on second base, the lead runner right now for the Killer Bees. So anything into the outfield, you know, get it into the cutoff and try to prevent the run from scoring.
Thank you. Sorry, I said the 6th inning, it's the 5th inning, but there's a high pop fly in foul territory, and Everson is not able to get there. Borges is just out of his reach, and we'll reset and do it all over again.
So Cardara is trying to help himself out. Started the game at third base, then moved over to pitch, and that's where he's been ever since. He is 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded out to the pitcher, flew out to first base.
And there's a strike tossed in by McCullough. So Cardaris has a strike. Runners at first and second, 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. And the pitch, it is high for a ball.
Breaking ball just didn't quite have enough bite on it. Good take.
Quite. Very good take. Bridgehampton desperately seeking a big hit here to get on the board. And it bounced back right to McCullough. Tosses it to second, but it goes into center field. And the runners hold, but we now have bases loaded with 1 out.
So score that an E1. And on that play, you know, that's just something you have to know the situation, realize you have time. And I think that McCullough might have been trying to rush it to get the double play. He might have hesitated just a moment waiting for his middle infielders to get to the base. But as I said before, the Warriors are able to keep the shutout intact right now as there's a meeting on the mound because of the speed that was on second base at the start of that play. And a good job by Sanchez not rushing and getting that ball in quickly. So right now, even though it's bases juiced, the shutout is still in order, and I think this is a really smart meeting at the mound right now. Just a reminder, you have a 10-0 lead. Don't start to try to do anything too cute. Keep throwing strikes. Your defense has done a good job today, and you know you're one good play from getting out of this inning.
And it kind of, I mean, just reading the body language, it kind of looked like that's what Coach Zeider was talking to his team over there. Just gathered the whole infield, the catcher in there, the outfielder stayed put. But just telling them exactly what you said. You know, don't worry about it. We got the big lead. Just throw the ball over the plate, get strikes, trust your teammates. And if you give up a single, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You still got a big lead here. And the pitch is swung on and missed. And Ari Cardaris, center fielder's up at the plate. Swings and misses at the first pitch for an 0-1 count. Again, bases loaded, 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. And the 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. So 1-1 count here to Ari Cardaris.
What this has done is it's waking up the Killer Bees dugout. I don't know if you guys can hear that at home, but they are into this. And one hit can change the outcome of what's going on with this game.
And the pitch is popped up behind us. Oh, hope my car's okay.
Hope our camera's
it landed
okay.
right on top of us.
Somebody got a souvenir.
Woo. I don't know if that thunk came through. Very loud thunk.
Well, our microphone behind home plate has already been hit 3 times tonight. That almost got our camera.
Well, We got the window open here, so we could have caught that. And there's the pitch is outside for a ball, so a 2-2 count.
Cardaris reached on a walk and reached on an error by the shortstop Bonilla back in the 4th inning.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is outside, so here we go. Full count, bases loaded, 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. So here comes the payoff pitch, and it is outside, low and outside, but the shutout comes to an end as Cardaris walks to force in a run, and it is now 10-1 Amityville as Cabanas comes in to score on that. All the other runners move up a base, which brings Tyler Fitzgerald to the plate. Dropped that fly ball in the last inning. And it is a grounder to second base. Tosses to the shortstop covering second. The throw over to first is not in time. That drives in another run. They do get the force out at second. So there are now 2 outs.
So give an RBI to Fitzgerald as it is now 10-2. But now the Warriors have a couple outs in this inning, and they can get out of this one without any more damage.
Yeah. Which brings Sean Jane as he hits a foul ball back behind the stands here. Now I'm trying to see if it landed into that playground at that elementary school we're next to. Thankfully, no one's in there.
and thankfully, your car is safe.
Runner takes off, no one covering second base, so easy stolen base over there for Cardaris.
And that was that's actually Fitzgerald, but that was a
Fitzgerald, excuse me.
That was a good no throw by Luciano. You have a lead, you have a runner on third. Why take a chance?
Yeah, the pitch is fouled into the netting. Thankfully, our microphone's okay on that one. So a new ball comes into play. All right, as the umpire pockets the one that was just fouled off. And McCullough comes to the set. Pitching from the stretch, the right-hander throws it, and it is fouled back yet again. Sean Jane fouling these off.
Yeah, battling. This is what you like to see. A good battle between the pitcher and the hitter. Who's going to eventually give in? And, for Jane, there's a lot at stake here. You get a base hit, all of a sudden it's a ball game again.
Absolutely. And you can see the sun setting, and the pitch is swung on and missed, and the inning comes to an end. We have 2 runs. Played it in, and it's 10-2 Amityville. Coming up in the bottom of the 5th inning, we are going to have Borges, Castillo, and McCullough coming to bat.
So, of course, as soon as I open my mouth, back-to-back singles.
Oh, that's never happened before.
Never happened before. It's quite shocking. But at the end of the day, Amityville cares about one thing, and that's what the score is and trying to get the win. So right now they find themselves in good position, up 10-2.
Yes.
As
like some changes coming in for the Killer Bees lineup as there's a meeting with the home plate umpire. And we'll try and get those changes to you as soon as we can figure them out. But let's see. Cardaris coming back out to pitch, so he's going to stay in this game.
And for the Killer Bees, this is a really important inning if you are going to make a serious attempt at coming back in this game. So they're already down to their final 6 outs, and you have the bottom of the order, 8, 9, and 1 coming up for Amityville. So this is the time to get a quick 3 outs and give your offense a chance to try and strike.
Absolutely. And looks like Fitzgerald's still in left field. I can't make out the center fielder's number, unfortunately.
Center field is
still Cardaris?
No, center field looks like they moved McClelland over. And is that a 13? I think that's a 13.
Well, we'll see.
McClelland was in right field. And is that a 13? I think that's a 13. Well, we'll see. McClelland was in right field. McClelland was in right field. And in right field,
Looks like
is that a 14? That might be Simmons.
oh, it's tough to see these numbers from here. And we don't exactly have the powerful cameras that they have on TV to see, but in any case, Amityville coming to plate here, and Borges swings at the first pitch and tips that off. Oh, McCullough, excuse me. McCullough. So 0-1 count. Here comes the pitch, and it is tossed away, a wild pitch there. So we have a 1-1 count to McCullough.
The lights have been turned on down the foul lines. The ones out in the outfield are not on yet. There's going to be a little bit of in-between time where it might be a little hard to see the ball.
Yes, and here comes the pitch. It is a tapper down the third baseline, and it squirts foul. So McCullough will have to come back and do it all over again with 2 strikes.
Good job by Cardaris letting that one go, because had he touched that in fair territory, there was no way that they were going to get McCullough running down the line. McCullough doesn't have the best speed, but that was basically a bunt, a perfectly placed bunt, even though it was an excuse-me swing.
He was about 3/4 of the way down there before they got to the ball. So the pitch is fouled back behind the dugout, and it lands harmlessly over by the batting cages, which is down the right field line.
So now these pitchers are throwing strikes, because you could see a lot more foul balls, a lot more balls being put in play, and now we're getting a pace.
Absolutely.
The first couple innings of this game, where most of the damage was done offensively for the Warriors, it was walk after walk.
Absolutely. There's another wild pitch as the Amityville dugout starts getting vocal, maybe in response to the Bridgehampton dugout earlier. But we got a 2-2 count, evened up. 10-2 Amityville here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the 2-2 pitch, and it is lined out to center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. So a single for Elijah McCullough to lead off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Amityville is in business as here comes Armando Bonilla.
So McCullough is now 1 for 2 on the day, had a sacrifice back in the 1st inning and grounded out to short in the 2nd, so he gets his first hit of the day.
Like you mentioned, dusk can get a little bit tougher to see the ball. We'll see how the players respond. So the pitch to Bonilla is flied out to the right center field gap, and it is going to drop in there. And McCullough was not sure if that was going to drop, so he was slow going to second, but he's running to third, and they have him beat by a mile and tried to stretch that after getting a slow start, holding to see if that ball was going to drop. It dropped in, and they tagged him out trying to go to third base. Bonilla is able to take second base on the throw into third. So McCullough is gunned out at third. Bonilla takes second, and we have 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
So score that an 8-4-5. Simmons is out in right field, his first chance, and he misjudged that ball a little bit, but a good job by McClellan not giving up on the play and getting it in quickly and getting the out at third.
Yeah, it was a nice recovery out there in the outfield to keep the ball from going all the way to the wall as the pitch comes in to Aiden McCullough, who swings and misses, and we have a strike. McCullough fouls that one down the first base line. Is coming back into play. Oh, as he collides with the first baseman there. And McCullough is down. Bonilla comes around to score. But Aiden McCullough now, we're very concerned here as Coach Zeider's running out to first base. McCullough collided with Kaya Versa running down to first base there. And he is down and looks to be in considerable amounts of pain. Rolling around, and lots of concern here as players take a knee. And McCullough is writhing in pain right on the first base. Hate to see this.
And that really started because of what amounted to a broken play as players from both sides take a knee, as Coach Zeider and Coach Manley tend to McCullough. That ball was foul, and Alverso should have touched it. Instead, he let it continue to roll. All of a sudden, the ball came right on the line, And at that point, that's when Alversa decided to make contact with it, which then made it a fair ball. It happened to be right at the spot that McCullough was, and McCullough crashed into Alversa, causing that. Now on the play, and you still have to finish the play even when somebody gets hurt, coming around to score, heads-up base running, was his brother, or I'm sorry, was Bonilla, coming around to score on that play. But, yeah, it looks like McCullough's on his feet. Hopefully he's okay, taking a little bit of a walk.
Great to see him jogging out to second base now as Bridgehampton players get up off their knees, and McCullough jogging back and forth, and he looks to be okay.
So we're going to score that an error that allows the run to score on the play. Alversa, the first baseman, needs to be a little more decisive. Grab that ball as soon as it's in foul territory. But I think what happened was, as he saw the ball coming back, he saw McCullough in front of him. So he saw an opportunity to pick it up and tag him. But he waited too long, and again, McCullough gets that space there. He was in the baseline,
yes,
but unfortunately, that is exactly where the ball stopped. And this is good to see. McCullough is walking off the field under his own powers. Coach Zeider, has his arm around him, making sure he's okay. So we'll try to get you an update, but he seems to be okay. But he will come out of the game. Pinch running for McCullough will be Justin Cabrera. So the senior gets a chance to enter the game as a pinch runner. And we'll have to see if Aiden McCullough comes back out to pitch. Hopefully he just got the wind knocked out of him and is able to come back out at the end of this half inning. But again, we will keep you posted.
Yeah, but very nice to see McCullough walking off the field on his own power there. Did not need any assistance from Coach Zeider. But we returned Luciano up to bat as the throw over to first base, and Cabrera gets back in safely. Jeremiah Luciano batting here in the bottom of the fifth inning. A big lead from Justin Cabrera over at first base as the ball comes in, and it is 1-0 to Jeremiah Luciano, catcher. 11-2 Amityville. As a strike comes in, nicks the outside corner of the plate, and a 1-1 count.
And we will score Aiden's play, a base hit.
There goes Cabrera, and he is safe at second base. Just no one was looking at him. The pitcher didn't know. He was just concentrating at home. So an easy stolen base for Justin. And we now have a runner in scoring position.
No call was made, but I could argue that would have been a balk as Cardaris desperately trying to make a play on that.
And Justin with a huge lead at second base. There's a tapper back to the mound. Oh, and he misplays it and throws to first, not in time. Cabrera coming home, and he is easily tagged out. Aggressive base running there. So Luciano is safe at first base on the error to the pitcher, E1. But Cabrera Sanchez coming home, trying to score from second base on that. He had a huge lead, easily got to third base on that error. Once the throw went to first base, he turned to try and come home. And throw over to first base, Luciano dives back in, knocks first base into foul territory. But
you can't steal first, but he almost did.
Tried to.
Yeah.
Second time that happened today. And there's another foul ball right behind home plate, into the crowd. Nope, not into the crowd. Caught by the catcher, Harding.
Great play.
Boy, it went right up above us. I could not see the ball because of the top of the booth. But we're going to take a break here after 5 innings. Amityville Warriors with an 11-2 lead here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Back after this.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
This is Aiden McCullough starting shortstop on the Amityville baseball team, and you're watching the Amityville Broadcasting Network.
Back here in Selden, New York, we are here with an 11-2 Amityville lead. We are heading into the top of the 6th inning. And before we toss it back to Matt Grice, we are going to throw it down to Erin Kruder, who has a story for us. So, Erin, it's off to you.
Thank you. As you said, it's the top of the 6th inning, and the Amityville baseball team maintains their lead over Bridgehampton. And it just seems that this team has a bond so close. It seems that Aiden McCullough took a tough fall a few minutes ago, but now he's back on the mound, and his team welcomed him into the dugout and gave him a seat. And it's clear that the team cares about each other very much, and that work pays off. Back to you.
Thank you, Erin. It's fantastic to see Aiden take the mound again. It's just wonderful to see, Matt, right?
Yeah, you never want to see anybody get hurt. And, tough kid. He probably had the wind knocked out of him. He ran full speed, hustle. And listen, great job. How many players would see that ball kind of moving foul and just give up, right? And Aiden didn't do that. He played the game the right way. He continued to run. And, it led to a run for the Warriors, his effort. And obviously he got hit along the way, but he's back out there, and everything's good to go.
Yeah, just very nice to see him coming back to the mound. We know he's not hurt too bad. Like you said, maybe just got the wind knocked out of him. That is not fun. But here we go. So, Matt, take it away.
So we are now in the top of the 6th inning. And here's the first pitch. Check swing, and it's taken low for a ball by Jalen Harding, the catcher. And the count is 1-0. And here's the pitch, and that one's in the dirt, scooped up nicely by Luciano. Count is quickly 2-0.
It's interesting to see how McCullough responds to that injury. Comes out with 2 straight balls.
And there's a pop-up in the infield. And coming over, making the call and the catch is McCullough. So helping himself out there. And a quick outscore at F1 on the plate. That will bring up the number 8 hitter. And this will be his first at-bat of the game. It is a pinch hitter. Or no, it is Chase Chmielewski. So he gets his first at-bat of the game. He came in for Finn Alvarez last inning. And here's the pitch, and just missed on the outside corner, and the count is 1-0.
Yes, the Bridgehampton 8th grader coming into the bat now.
And the pitch, outside, 2-0. The 2-0 from McCullough. And it's swung on and hit towards third base. Tejada on the backhand throws across the diamond. Throw is high, way over Borges' head. Moving to second base will be Chase, and he slides in safely. Chase Chmielewski finds himself on second base. Score that in E5. And with 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning, there's a runner in scoring position for the Killer Bees as they only have 2 runs on the day. Warriors, meanwhile, 11. Most of them coming off of walks early in the game, but some timely hitting and some good base running as well for Amityville. So now the number 9 hitter comes up, and it's going to be Elliot McGonigal, who hits a tapper. And sorry, that's not McGonigal, but it's to third base, thrown across the diamond. Good play in time. Score it 5-3, and that was actually, as we're getting some substitutions, Max Carey getting his first at-bat of the game in the DH spot. So there are 2 away now as the runner moves to third base. And we go back to the top of the order. And another new player, Neo Simmons, comes in. takes a hack at strike one, and the count is 1-0. Or 0-1, excuse me.
Neo Simmons, a senior outfielder for Bridgehampton. Swings and misses.
So quick 0-2 count, and kudos to McCullough coming out there and dealing, throwing strikes. The 0-2, and strike three called on the outside corner, so Simmons goes down looking. And a quick top of the 6th inning here for the Amityville Warriors, as there's no runs on no hits, 1 error, and 1 person left on base. And at the end of 5.5 innings of play, it is 11-2. Amityville out in front here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Matt Grice, Corey Zwirling, Aaron Kruder, and our staff on the Amityville Broadcasting Network here to bring you tonight's action. As we enter the bottom of the 6th inning, I just want to remind you that this is a doubleheader. So we have another game coming after this. And I don't know about you. I was sweating before. It's starting to get a little chilly, right?
Yeah.
That sun has finally dipped beyond the trees out in left field. The lights are on in the outfield along with the lights along the foul lines. And we are going to get a beautiful atmosphere, but it looks like they are going to stop the game. So they're going to use the run rule, which I believe Suffolk County doesn't officially have a run rule. I know in Westchester County, where I grew up, after 5 innings, it was 10 runs or more. So game 1 is going to come to an end after the top of the 6th inning concludes here, and the Warriors will take the win in 5.5 innings by a final score of 11-2. So that was a fun first game. The pace definitely picked up as we went on. But don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more action. We have another 7 innings to bring you. A second ball game coming up. We'll have lineups, first pitch, and some more baseball coming your way on the Amityville Broadcasting Network in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Unlike other health concerns, mental illness is not always easy to see. Depression won't show up on an eye chart, and you can't measure it on your bathroom scale. Sorting out a mental health concern is not something to attempt on your own. You won't find a bipolar disorder by looking at a thermometer. Like many other health conditions, help for mental illness takes professional diagnosis and treatment. Anxiety won't just go away under a stick-on bandage. So the sooner you seek treatment, the better. If you or a loved one has a mental health concern, don't go it alone. Find out what to do. For 24-hour free and confidential information and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Learn more at samhsa.gov/support. That's samhsa.gov/support.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Unlike other health concerns, mental illness is not always easy to see. Depression won't show up on an eye chart, and you can't measure it on your bathroom scale. Sorting out a mental health concern is not something to attempt on your own. You won't find a bipolar disorder by looking at a thermometer. Like many other health conditions, help for mental illness takes professional diagnosis and treatment. Anxiety won't just go away under a stick-on bandage. So the sooner you seek treatment, the better. If you or a loved one has a mental health concern, don't go it alone. Find out what to do. For 24-hour free and confidential information and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Learn more at samhsa.gov/support. That's samhsa.gov/support.
If you're talking, they will hear you.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time, but every chance we get. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids not only need to know the dangers and how to avoid them, they need to hear it often from you. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids and guide them through the challenges of growing up safe and healthy. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So talk, they hear you. You can do it if you try.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with a sun protection factor, or SPF, of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. UVA rays age the skin, UVB rays burn, and both cause cancer. But the perfect sunscreen doesn't count if you use it wrong. Don't need sunscreen on a cloudy day? Wrong. 80% of UV rays still get through the haze. Only use sunscreen at the beach? Nope. Anytime you're outside, UV rays attack the skin, so you need protection. And you have to reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Snyder, head coach of the Amityville baseball team, and you're watching the Amityville Broadcasting Network.
And welcome back to the Amityville Broadcasting Network as we get set to bring you Game 2 of our twin billing here on this beautiful Friday evening live from Middle Country Park. It's the Warriors, it's the Killer Bees, Amityville and Bridgehampton Ross getting set to start Game 2. Game 1 was all Amityville, 11 runs across the board for the Warriors, and on the other side only 2 runs for Bridgehampton. So the Warriors improved to 8-3 on the year, where Bridgehampton drops to 9-5 on the year. And we are so happy you're joining us here tonight. So much more baseball to go. Thanks for watching on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. I'm Matt Grice, joined by Corey Zwirling, Aaron Kruder on the sidelines of the field, as well as the third member of our crew. And it should be a lot of fun. Make sure you subscribe to our channel, like what you see. We appreciate all your support. But it's time to start talking about what we can expect out of this second game, as there'll be another lefty on the mound for the Killer Bees starting things off. And that lefty will be number 11, Kai Alversa.
Yeah, beautiful evening yet again. We've been blessed with great weather. I know some rain was in the forecast earlier in the week, but it's absolutely gorgeous outside. The sun has set, the lights are on, and you know what's better than this? Nighttime baseball on a gorgeous Friday night. These kids getting to play under the lights on this wonderful, May spring day. And we are going to begin game number 2 shortly. As Matt had said, Kai Alversa on the mound. Aiden McCullough, who got banged up a little bit in game number 1, but it's nice to see him coming to the plate. He responded by staying in the game, pitched well after he got hurt. And here he is leading off tonight. And he's chatting it up with the home plate umpire as the Bridgehampton catcher out onto the mound. Game planning with the pitcher Alversa. And the Killer Bees catcher coming back home. And we are all set to begin. McCullough steps in. And we're ready to begin. Left-hander on the mound, and the first pitch of the game is a strike down the middle. And a quick 0-1 count to McCullough.
Be McCullough, Luciano Sanchez, Tejado, Way, Borges. Vergara getting the start in right field in game number 2. McCullough and Elijah McCullough, a younger brother, and Bonilla in left field, rounding out the Amityville lineup.
And a quick 2 strikes on the first 2 pitches of the game. And the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. And McCullough goes down swinging for the first out of this game. A far cry from the previous game when he scored 6 runs in the first inning without a hit.
McCullough was 1 for 3, did get on base 3 times, an error, a walk, scored a run, had a couple of stolen bases.
So Luciano coming to the plate and check swings, fouls it off, and a quick 0-1 count. So Alversa out here throwing strikes. Luciano taking a couple of practice swings, winding the bat around, windmill. Pitcher comes to the set, and the big left-hander with the pitch, and it is strike 2 right down the middle. So again, Alversa is out here throwing strikes. He means business.
Nice backdoor breaking ball by Alversa.
And the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So 2 quick strikeouts for the Warriors here.
Luciano didn't have a hit in the first game, but also reached base 3 times, hit by pitch, a walk, a run scored, and an error. And good job by Alversa changing speeds, keeping these Amityville hitters off balance to start things off.
Yeah. So Darrell Sanchez, center fielder, coming to the plate and takes the first pitch, and it is low and inside for ball 1. Sanchez playing a wonderful center field in game 1. Swings and misses at the second pitch for a 1-1 count.
Sanchez 1 for 3 in game 1, reached on an error, a walk, scored 3 runs, stole a base.
Alversa, the windup, and the pitch is fouled back, and it is out of play, hits off of the top of Bridgehampton's dugout, and bounces all the way into the parking lot as some players run from the dugout to collect the ball.
That one might have been near my car.
Yeah, but that was rolling out there. You don't have to worry about it hitting.
That's true. The weather is still nice. It's a little cooler than earlier. We get a faint glow of the sun, or not the sun, but the color pink or peach out over the left center field wall. It'll be pitch black here soon, but the lights are on, and it's a beautiful night for baseball.
Gorgeous backdrop, Matt. And the pitch is up high for ball 2.
It's a breaking ball that just didn't get the hook on the back end of it, stayed upstairs and out of the zone.
Yes. Breaking ball that forgot to break.
Exactly.
Here comes the pitch, and it is again fouled off.
That's your direction.
No, that's more towards the elementary school. And there it is. Ooh, I see the ball. I should run and get it. Get a souvenir for my kids. And the 2-2 pitch to Sanchez is in there for strike 3. The catcher drops the strike, and the throw to first to complete the strikeout. So 3 batters, 3 strikeouts as Sanchez goes down looking to end the first inning. So a very impressive start to this game for Kai Alversa, the left-hander starting for Bridgehampton.
So score that, a strikeout, and then a 2-3 putout. And, striking out the side, which is the opposite of what we saw in the last game. The last game, that bottom of the first inning for the Warriors featured 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 walks. 6 runs came across as a result in error. It was a very messy bottom of the first. Now in Game 2, the Warriors will become the road team. It'll be Bridgehampton with last licks in Game 2 of this. Warriors win Game 1 by a final score of 11-2. And now Amityville takes the field, and we'll get you the lineup for Bridgehampton in just a moment, but let's do the defense for the Warriors first. We'll start in the outfield, going from left to right. It'll be Bonilla in left field. Sanchez, who was tremendous in Game 1 in center field.
Yes, he was.
And Vergara, the senior, he'll get the start in right field for Game 2. And then in the infield, Tejada will be manning third base. Aiden McCullough, who got roughed up a little bit in Game 1, but really did a great job for the Warriors. Started at shortstop, came into relief pitch, beat out an infield single, kind of crash landed with the first baseman there, but was able to stay in the game. He is at shortstop. His brother, Elijah McCullough, the freshman, he'll be at second base. Way, who started Game 1 on the hill, he'll be at first base, and Luciano will be behind the dish.
Family affair there in the middle infield for Amityville. The lineup for Bridgehampton in the nightcap, we have Kaya Versa leading off, Tate Ford batting second, Al Carderas batting third, Sean Jane batting cleanup tonight, Ari Carderas hitting in the 5th slot, Tyler Fitzgerald batting 6th, followed by Jalen Harding, Finn Alversa, and Davar Cabreras, who's pitching, I believe. No, DHing, excuse me. All right, we have a little bit of a mix-up, not knowing who's playing right field.
Yeah, our
we'll
lineup
try and get that
our lineup is
out.
missing a right fielder, but we'll get it straightened out for you.
I have faith. So Kaya Versa stepping in after a fantastic top of the first inning at the mound. Leading off here in the bottom of the first inning. So Borges comes to the set, the windup, and his first pitch is too high for a ball. So we have a 1-0 count for Aversa to start the inning.
1 for 3 was Aversa in the first game. Did come around and score a run in the 5th inning after a single.
The 1-0 pitch is up and in for a ball. So a 2-0 count to Kai Aversa from Borges, who was playing first base in the opener tonight. The 2-0 again up and in. So 3 pitches, 3 balls. Let's see if Borges can fire one in there. The 3-0 pitch, it is in there for a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to leadoff hitter Kai Aversa. Bridgehampton chirping from the dugout. And the 3-1 pitch is up and over. Let's see if it lands. And there it is. Bang, bang. Lands right on top of us. And falls down. Bridgehampton players run into the crowd to get it. So 3-2. Full count. And the payoff pitch from Borges. And it is up and away for ball 4. So Kyle Versa on, leading off with a walk. And you don't want to walk the leadoff hitter.
No one's made contact yet as the Warriors got struck out in the first inning, struck out the side. And now Tate Ford, who was very quiet in the first game, but best player for Bridgehampton, he comes up with a runner on first base as we get a quick conversation between the home plate umpire and first base coach. Looks like the umpire needed some more baseballs, so now we are set to go. A lot of foul balls out of play.
There we go. So Borges already looking in, eyeing over at first base, trying to keep the runner Alversa on. Alversa takes his lead, a couple of steps, and it is an inside for ball 1, the first pitch to Tate Ford.
Bridgehampton's bench getting into it early here.
Urging their team on to take an early lead. Let's see if Borges can prevent that from happening. The 1-0 pitch is fouled off behind home plate.
Good cut by Ford. And we're not going to get to see Ford pitch, which is unfortunate because he is a very good left-handed pitcher. Great pickoff move, but we saw some pretty plays at shortstop from him in game 1, and we know what he's capable of with the bat.
Man. Borges keeping a close eye on Alversa at first base, who steps off and walks him back. Does not toss over.
Ford in the first game, though, was kept off the bases by the Warriors. He was 0 for 3, a couple of flyouts to the outfield and ground out to first base.
Starting to get loud here. Amityville bench is responding to the very loud Bridgehampton bench right now. Here comes the pitch, and it is up and away for a ball. So we have a 2-1 count to Tate Ford. Kyle Versa on first base here at the bottom of the first inning. No score. Game 2 of this doubleheader here under the lights in Selden, New York. Corey's whirling with Matt Grice. Aaron Kruder, a third member of our crew. And the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Nope. Takes a stroll. Take a stroll. Oh, it's foul tip. 2-2. Tate Ford steps back into the box, digs his feet in, does a little shimmy to get ready. And the 2-2 pitch, it is down and away, and the runner takes second base. Nope, struck him out. I apologize, struck him out. But the runner, Aversa, steals second base, and there's no throw from the catcher, Luciano, there, as Tate Ford strikes out for the first out of the game.
Ford with a slow walk back to the dugout. I don't think he liked that call. It did look like it was a little low and outside.
I did not see the umpire punch him out, obviously, by my reaction. But that first pitch down to Al Carderas is in the dirt outside for ball 1. Nice scoop by Luciano there to keep Alversa on second base.
And good job by Tejada getting over to third in case they needed to cover.
Yeah, they're way outside for that pitch. So Borges falling behind 2-0 to Carderas.
Yeah, it seems to be having trouble getting a feel for that breaking ball as Coach Zeider quickly out to the mound to have a quick conversation. Probably the same as what we've seen. You know, I like these preemptive things. You don't want to wait till you walk 3 or 4 guys and Borges having a bit of a hard time finding the strike zone. You could argue that strike 3 call, you know, was close. Maybe it was a little off the plate. The Warriors will take it. But clearly he's not having the best time finding the strike zone right now. And on that last pitch, you could just see that the breaking ball, it's just his release point. He's throwing it probably, he's letting go of it too far behind his head. Just needs to get a little more out in front of it and get that ball lower in the zone.
Absolutely, and Coach Zeider has a great feel for the game, picks great moments to go out to talk to the pitcher, settle him down, give him a few tips, or just get his mind, get him out of his own head. In any case, here we are again. The 2-0 pitch is up and away for a ball. So 3-0 count. A little bit of a breeze coming in. It's much cooler now if the sun has set. So the Bridgehampton bench is barking away. Here comes the pitch, and it is right down the middle for a strike. The Amityville crowd cheers on their starting pitcher.
Good take by Cardaris, who was 0 for 3, did reach on an error in the game number 1.
So the 3-1 pitch is hit. Oh, liner to first base is caught by the first baseman, Way. Nice reaction there. Keeps the runner, Alversa, at second base. So we've got a line out to the first baseman for the second out. No advance to the runner. And we have 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning as Sean Jane steps to the plate.
Good base running by Alversa, leading off at second base. A lot of times you start taking off. He froze, he waited to see what would happen, and made it back to second without causing the double play.
And the first pitch is just a little bit outside for ball 1. So again, the Bridgehampton bench is chirping away. I don't know if our mics are picking it up or not, but they are very vocal tonight. And that next pitch is popped foul out of play behind the bench. And we will do it again. 1-1 count.
Game number 1, Jane was 0 for 2. Did get on base in the second inning with a walk.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And it is up and away for a ball. 2-1 count to Sean Jane.
Borges still missing, but he's not missing by as much, so maybe he's starting to settle in here.
Definitely doesn't look as wild. He's got some of his command back. The 2-1 pitch is fouled again over the crowd and out of play. So Borges is just 1 strike away from getting out of it with no harm.
You know, Bonilla's out in left field for the Warriors, playing pretty close to the line, but on that last pitch, reaching over the outside part of the plate, that would have gone right to him if it was straightened out and fair.
Here comes the pitch, and it is up and in, so we've got a full count. 2 outs, runner on second. He will be moving with this pitch. Let's see what happens. Borges looking back at second, comes to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Runner goes and is up and away. The throw goes to third base, and it is scooped up off the ground, but the walk to Sean Jane. He goes to first, and Alversa steals third base. So he stole second, stole third, as he was on the move with that pitch.
Luciano's throw was on the money, but it was in the dirt and short. Great job by Tejada getting his body in front of it and blocking that ball, because if that ball gets into left field, it's 1-0 Bridgehampton.
Very easily could have gone to left field. That's a great point, Matt. So runners at the corners, 2 outs. Here comes the first pitch, and the runner takes second base. Again, no one covering. No one really saw him, and there was no throw. So that's the 3rd stolen base of the inning for the Killer Bees. And we now have 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs for Cardaris. And it is a foul ball out of play.
And, you know, you want to pay attention to the base runner at first, try to keep him close. You don't want to allow him to get into scoring position, and Borges wasn't doing that. But at the same time, a heads-up place by Luciano, not taking a chance of throwing that ball down with a runner on third base.
Absolutely. Here comes the pitch. It is up and in. A little bit of chin music there to Cardaris. And is a 1-1 count. Bottom of the first, no score. 2 outs, runners a second on third. Ari Cardaris at the plate. Borges at the set. The pitch, it is a ground ball over to shortstop. Gobbled up, throws to first. It is too high. It gets over him, and both runners will score.
That's a costly error by shortstop Aiden McCullough. Maybe rushed his throw a little bit. He had a little more time than perhaps he realized as that ball sails over Way's head. And that error will allow 2 runs to score. So it'll be Bridgehampton with their first lead of the evening.
Yeah, so just as Amityville did in the first inning in the opener, able to score multiple runs without needing to get a base hit. Bridgehampton answers in the same fashion in the opener, in the first inning of the nightcap. As a throw over to first base, and the runner gets back in.
Yeah, they're having a problem with first base over there. Is it's not anchored into the ground. He was definitely safe, but the base actually slid away from him, the umpire making the right call.
That is about the third or fourth time that's happened with first base already. So Borges looks home. Here comes the pitch. Runner is going. The throw over to second goes into center field, backed up nicely by the center fielder Sanchez to keep the runner from going to third. So Carderas with another stolen base for Bridgehampton this inning, but he stays at second base, and that nice backup by Sanchez in center field.
You know, sometimes it's the offense that stands out and gets on the highlights, but defense is so important. And if you're strong up the middle, catcher, shortstop, second base, center field, it makes a big difference. And Sanchez has had such a huge impact on the defensive side of the ball tonight.
Yeah, that's definitely a play to keep in the back of your mind. If they're able to keep them from scoring here, keep it a 2-run lead instead of a 3-run deficit. But the first pitch to Tyler Fitzgerald is a little low for a ball. So 1-0 count, runner at second base, 2-0 Bridgehampton. And, ooh, he swings at a pitch inside for the first strike. And it's a 1-1 count to Fitzgerald here in the bottom of the first inning.
Kind of an excuse me swing a little bit, and what that shows you is that Borges' breaking ball is now doing, or at least on that pitch, what it is supposed to do.
He absolutely looked fooled on that pitch. The 1-1 pitch is low, I guess, and that's another ball. So 2-1 count to Fitzgerald. Ari Carderas on second base reached on an error, scored 2 runs, and then proceeded to steal second base. The pitch is again low. So a 3-1 count to Fitzgerald. Borges looking back at second base, but the runner keeps increasing their lead. Here comes the pitch, fouled back, and let's hear if that hits my car. That was a little too
broken
close
glass, so that's probably a good sign.
Starting to regret where I parked.
Next time we do this, I think we need to remember park
in the other lot.
In the other lot, yes.
For the other field. Or maybe we'll park by the ice hockey or the roller hockey rinks. I don't know.
There you go.
Or the elementary school. How about that? The only problem is we have all our equipment, so I don't know.
We can always move our vehicles after loading up.
Yeah. Well, with all these seniors we have driving, maybe they can take some stuff, right?
Yeah, our senior crew doing a great job tonight helping us out behind the scenes.
Here comes the pitch. Whoa, a fantastic grab at first base by Alex Way. And that brings the inning to a close. A great grab, a wonderful reaction on that sharp ground ball to first base, able to gobble that up and step on first base. So 2 runs are in. We have no hits in the inning for the Bridgehampton Killer Bees that inning. End of first, we have a 2-0 lead for Bridgehampton with Amityville coming up here in the top of the second.
So Amityville almost got out of that unscathed. You had the error at shortstop, and McCullough, he was so instrumental in Game 1 helping the Warriors when he made a great play at shortstop, just overthrew the ball a little bit. But I'll give credit to Borges. He settled down. He struggled a little bit with his command in that inning, and you don't want to give up 2 runs, but if you're going to do it in the bottom of the first inning. There's a lot of baseball left to be played here. And we talked about this during game number 1 about how this season offensively for the Warriors has been very different than years past. So this team can rake.
Yes, they can. And they didn't even get a real chance to rake in the first game. I mean, they scored 11 runs, and they didn't have too many hits. I don't have that information in front of me right at the moment.
I'll get that for you in just a moment. In game number 1, Amityville had just 7 hits, but 11 runs. So that's really, it's the walks.
Yeah,
clearly.
And, most of those runs came from those walks. Again, they scored 6 runs in the first inning, and they didn't get their first hit until much later on in the game. But we'll see if they can change that around now as Waldy Tejada's coming to the plate to lead off here in the top of the second inning for Amityville. An impressive start to this game for the pitcher for the Killer Bees. We'll see how he follows that up in the second inning with 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts as Waldy Tejada, swings and misses at the first pitch, and it's a strike one.
Tejada reached base all 3 plate appearances in Game 1, scored all 3 times, 2 walks, and reached on an E5.
And there's a ball for Waldy.
And there goes our microphone again.
Yep. Now that our crew is coming back from picking up their dinner, maybe they can go and fix that for us.
I have a better question. Did they get us anything?
Of course not. But we do thank the APTC for providing some pizza for us, as well as the players tonight's game. That was very generous, and we thank you very, very much for your generosity. 2-1 count. Tejada leading off in the second inning. Here comes the pitch. Swings and misses for another strike. So 2-2 as Waldy looks to begin the inning with a hit. Here comes the pitch. Oh, excuse me. Struck him out.
And that's the second time we saw that call on it was on a left-hander before. It was on Ford, but that, the outside part of the plate in the righty batter box. So consistent calls from the umpire, but Tejada's going to take a long walk back to the dugout and probably want that one back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important an umpire is consistent. As long as they keep their strike zone even throughout the game, that's what matters. Here comes the pitch to our first baseman, Alex Way, and he takes it outside for ball 1.
Way made a really good play to end the bottom of the first inning. Nice line drive.
Really was a great defensive play. The 1-0 pitch is outside or strike? Couldn't see. There's a strike. It's a very muted call there from the umpire, but that was on the outside corner. The 1-1 pitch is low and away. So 2-1. Tell you, Carderas is pretty impressive this inning, this game.
So far, so good. Way started the first game for the Warriors. Had some trouble finding the strike zone after the first inning.
And Way strikes the ball, hits it past the shortstop, and has a single for the first hit of the game.
Solid at bat for Way. In game number 1, Way was 1 for 3. Struck out looking, had a base hit, reached on an error by the left fielder, and a solid base hit there as the shortstop Ford was playing really close to second base, which opened up a huge hole.
And you can see Way is running to second, slides in there, safe ahead of the throw, and there's a stolen base for Alex Way. So runner on second for Borges. I apologize, not notice if that was a ball or a strike. Did you happen to see?
It was a strike.
It was a strike, all right.
It was a ball.
Ball?
It was a ball, sorry.
Ball?
Outside.
Outside. Tough to see. I was changing the camera angle. Yeah, I saw him running, so I focus on that. Anyway, here's the pitch to Borges, and there's a strike. Nice pitch from Carderas there.
So you're saying we need some producers here to do some of the
That would
dirty
be
work
nice.
for us.
We could do it all. Come on. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Runner at second. Here he goes. He's going to third base. And it is a ground ball. And Way with a big turn. And the runner is safe at first. The first baseman cannot hold on to it, but I think he would have beaten it out anyway. So Borges with an infield single there?
I'm going to score that an error because the third baseman made the right play, looked the runner back at third, but in doing so, bounced the ball and made it a close play at first. I think that should be scored in E5.
Yeah. All right. Well, in any case, we have runners at the corners. Louis Vergara up at the plate. 1 out here in the the top of the second inning. And the pitch is a strike right down the middle of the plate.
Vergara, his first at-bat of the day, getting the start in Game 2 in right field.
The 0-1 pitch is up and away for a ball.
Backdoor breaking ball just missed. A little outside, a little up.
Borges at first, Way at third. 1 out. Amityville looking to even the score, 2-0 Bridgehampton. Here comes the pitch, and it is chopped foul. 1-2 count.
Alversa, that same breaking ball. This time he got it into the strike, so it's still up a little bit. When you leave those breaking balls up, that's a little bit dangerous there, especially from a left-handed pitcher to a right-handed hitter. But Verga, he seemed to be on it. Let's see if they decide to change speeds on this next pitch.
Let's see what they do. 1-2 count. And he's in agreement, nods. Comes to the set position, looks at first base. The windup and the pitch is up and away, but the runner takes second base, and we have a stolen base for Borges.
Yeah, smart play by Borges with a runner on third. You figure you're probably not going to draw that throw down to second base. And Alversa did change speeds. Let's see if he comes back with the breaking ball now.
So now we have 2 in scoring position. Here comes the pitch, and it is inside. So full count. Here we go.
Vergara, the senior, getting a chance to play. It is beautiful out here tonight. The stadium is all lit up with the lights. It's nighttime.
I sure hope the picture's doing it justice. Here comes the pitch, and it is ball 4 low. So the bases are loaded for Elijah McCullough. The chance to really get Amityville back into this game.
McCullough, just a freshman. He's the Amityville starting second baseman, though, in the first game. Had a sacrifice in his first at-bat, flying out to center field, grounded out to shortstop, and had a single in the 5th inning, 1 for 3.
Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
1 for 2, I should say, as the sacrifice was there.
Way at third, Borges at second, Vergara at first. 1 out. And the 1-1 pitch is popped up to the infield. The third baseman makes the catch, and 2 men are down.
So that would be the infield fly rule called on that play, but he catches it.
I was looking for that, but I think our camera was blocking the second base umpire for me. I couldn't see, so thanks,
put it
Matt.
down as an F5.
There we go. And apparently no one's coming to bat. Let's see who we got. Is that Bonilla coming out?
It's
yeah, he is.
to
All
be.
right. So here comes Armando Bonilla. Looking for the big hit. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
2 for 3 in game 1. Reached all 3 times. Third one an error in the first inning.
Here comes the pitch. Is low, ball 1.
And if you get that kind of production out of your number 9 hitter in the order, 2 for 3, that means your lineup has a lot of length to
It's
it.
humming right along then. So the 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Carderas getting the high strike call. Again, bases loaded. 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. And 2 strikes for Bonilla.
Yeah, Bonilla went fishing on that one, chasing outside of the zone, seeing some ducks on the pond, maybe a little over anxious there. Now he's going to have to shorten his swing a little bit and protect.
Let's see if he chokes up here. Oh, the steal of home is safe. Wow, Alex Way with the steal of home. The runner goes to third on the throw, and he is safe as well. Fantastic, sneaky base running by the Amityville Warriors there as Way steals home, catches them snoozing. Borges takes third base, and we have runners at the corner now. 1 run is in. We still have 2 outs, and it's a 2-1 game.
Way showing his inner Jackie Robinson on that. I don't know if that was, if he took off too soon or if he was just trying to steal home, but a great play. And Alversa didn't see it, and nobody in the infield to let him know.
Amityville has been very aggressive with the running today. That was a fantastic play. The runner goes, and it is chopped back to the pitcher. Carderas grabs it, tosses to first, and he gets out of it. So in the inning, we have 1 run in. We have 1 hit, and 2 men are left on. At the end of 1.5 innings, Amityville is trailing the Bridgehampton Killer Bees 2-1.
And again, thank you for tuning in tonight on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Warriors win game 1 by a final score of 11-2. And if they could win this second game here, they will solidify themselves in second place in League 8. But this is a team that has come a long way. We were talking about how we wanted to get to, a pretty amazing streak on the bad side of things that a few years ago the Warriors are finally able to end, and they have taken off ever since.
Yeah, back in 2023, they won a game on April 10th, 9-1, which ended a 122-game losing streak. And ever since then, the program has been on the rise, which has led to the best season I can remember them having since I started working here in 2009. And it's just fantastic to see the kids on the team have so much pride walking around the building now and in the classes. They love wearing their jerseys and their hats and talking about it, and always congratulating them on the great play. And they take a lot of pride in their great play this year. And it's just fantastic to see.
For years, or at least since I've been here, I can say that even though they may not have had success in the win column, the guys on the baseball team always play the game the right way. They always hustle, great attitudes, good in the classroom, all around good kids. So it is really nice to see that all that hard work is finally paying off, and you have to give a lot of credit, from the top down, starting with head coach Jack Zeiter all the way through all the different coaches they've had over the years, assistant coaches on the varsity level, JV, middle school, and things are finally starting to pay off for Amityville, and they have a shot at winning this league this year, which would be pretty amazing. We mentioned before how 38 out of 40 years they had losing seasons. They have guaranteed themselves a winning season this year. They've already won one game tonight, and they trail tonight in game 2 by a run. But a lot of baseball left as we get set to start the bottom of the second inning.
That's right. Fantastic. So Jalen Harding standing in, and the pitch is outside, ball 1. Borges starting his second inning of work.
7, 8, 9 due up, so he needs to throw strikes this inning.
Yeah, the pitch is up and in, so that's not what he's doing. 2-0 count to Harding, leading off here in the bottom of the second inning. Borges starts his windup, and the pitch is way outside. A little wild here to start the second inning.
Bonilla playing very shallow again in left field. I found it interesting, Vergara playing deeper out in right field with a right-handed hitter up.
Interesting. Here comes the pitch, and it is in there for a strike.
It might be because Borges doesn't throw a lot of gas, so, you figure...
Oof, well, threw that one by him.
You figure that it's going to be easier for these guys to pull, but maybe...
And it's in there for strike 3. So a leadoff strikeout in there for Borges, and a fantastic start to this inning.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Great pitch by Borges. Maybe it's his breaking ball dropping low and outside that they're looking at this team to poke it to right field. But yeah, Bonilla playing very shallow and left.
Still, yeah, right. You know what? The center fielder Sanchez has moved away in as well. Anyway, 1-0 count to Finn Alversa. The pitch is high, ball 2. The temperature is definitely dropping as a breeze starts coming in. And the 2-0 pitch is upstairs for ball 3. So 3-0 count.
Alversa 0 for 1 in game 1. Did reach on a walk in the second inning.
Squares up to bunt and pulls it back. And there is up and away for ball 4.
Alversa had no intention of swinging at that pitch, but sometimes you do that to try to distract the pitcher. Now, I don't know if that's what happened or not, but, that gets a free pass over to Alversa.
So got to keep an eye on the runner at first base now. Alversa at first. And the pitch is outside, so 5 straight balls to Alversa. Listen to that bench. And that next pitch is in there for a strike. David Cabanas is up.
Designated hitter for McClelland.
Ooh, that curveball curves around, not over the plate. So ball, 2-1 pitch count. Excuse me. Runner with a short lead. Here comes the pitch. It is upstairs for a ball. So 3-1 count.
And game number 1, a strikeout, a base hit for Cabanas.
Runner has no intention of running. Swing and a miss for a strike. So we've got a full count. Nope, struck out, excuse me. So he strikes out, swinging. So we got 2 outs, both of them by the strikeout with the walk sandwich in between them.
Borges with 3 strikeouts tonight so far.
So that brings us to our leadoff hitter, Kyle Versa. And the next pitch is slowly to shortstop, gobbled up and thrown to first in time. Another great defensive play by these Warriors. As there's a slow grounder to the shortstop, McCullough, who snaps it up and whips it over to first base in time for the out to end the inning. So 4 men up, 1 man left on base, no runs scored. At the end of 2, it is 2-1 Bridgehampton.
So you have to give a lot of credit to Aiden McCullough on that play. That ball was hit off the fists. Very slow roller. McCullough got a great jump on that ball. Came in charging, throwing off his back leg. Strong throw across the diamond and getting the runner out. And you know what? That's probably because the number 9 hitter, Cabanas, doesn't have a lot of speed, and McCullough, this is where you have to think the game. He obviously was aware of that fact, and he knew he may have had a little more time, so he took his time, and he made a good throw, which is the opposite of what had happened in the previous inning when he rushed his throw, which led to 2 runs scoring on the error.
Absolutely right. So we're heading to the top of the 3rd inning here. And we're going to have Aiden McCullough leading off. So we're at the top of the order for the Amityville Warriors. McCullough, Luciano, and Sanchez due up.
Yeah, it is completely dark now. It has gotten chilly. Slight breeze, picked up a little bit. We still have a decent crowd here tonight. Several teachers have shown up from the Amityville side, a couple of parents, same thing on the Bridgehampton side. This site was chosen not only to give these 2 teams a chance to play at a really great location here at Middle Country Park, and thank you to the town of Selden for allowing both of these teams to come here, for inviting us in here to bring you this coverage on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. But it's also, and I may have to go to Google Maps to confirm this, but from what I've been told, it's also about the halfway point between the 2 schools also. So when this game is over, probably about 35, 40-minute ride for both of these schools getting back the other way. Although I feel like Bridgehampton may be a little further than that.
Maybe a little
going out
further.
there. But nevertheless, last year they had such a good time doing it. It's great that they were able to set it up again this year, and we're having a blast being here as well. We want to thank our crew behind the scenes that are helping us out so much tonight as well.
Lizette.
We couldn't do it without them. Lizette Acosta.
Alessandra,
Alessandra Pons, who's done a great job this year. Both seniors. We're going to miss them next year.
And there goes our microphone again. So
this time it bounced in the right direction, so I think we're good.
But Aiden McCullough leading off and fouls off the first pitch, so it's an 0-1 count. Al Carderas still pitching. And he winds up. Nope, steps off. Wipes a little bit of sweat off. Resets, and here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is upstairs for a ball.
Really good backdoor breaking ball, but good take by McCullough. Borderline pitch.
Again, the wind picking up. See if that becomes a factor. But there's a strike on the outside corner, so it's a 1-2 count.
Same pitch. Kai Alvarez definitely has a feel for that breaking ball. And as a lefty to right-handed hitter, he's trying to drop it on the lower outside part of the plate.
And McCullough fouls it off.
And I like what he's doing here. So a couple of breaking balls, then he comes back inside with a fastball, and McCullough behind on that. That's good pitching. That's
Yeah.
thinking the game.
Right, I said Carderas. I meant Alversar. I have my defensive alignment from the first game up. But it is foul-tipped and caught by Harding for the out. So Aiden McCullough strikes out.
McCullough strikes out for the second time in game 2.
0 for 2 on the day.
How many times, though, do you see it where you make a great play to end an inning and then you come up and lead off the next inning? And, I always wonder, you're feeling good. Does that carry over into your at-bat? But it just shows you momentum in baseball. You're only as good as your next starting pitcher.
Yes, it is. So Luciano up. How's that one off?
Luciano done a great job behind the plate catching both games of this doubleheader. He's young, he can do it, right? You'd never see that in a major league game. But he is still looking for his first hit of the night.
My knees hurt just thinking about it. So, and that is inside. I used to be a hockey goalie. I know you played some too, and just the thought of playing a, give to them. But pitch is outside for a ball.
Now, plus another reason why I'd rather be a hockey goalie than a catcher. You're covered head to toe in pads as a hockey goalie. The catchers get pretty beat up back there.
That is right. You get hit with the puck, it's fine. Although one time I was playing and the puck hit my mask and my cage popped off. That was a little scary.
That can be scary, but, at least you're covered.
Yeah. Anyway, the pitch is belted deep to left center field and caught by the center fielder to end the inning. So Kyle Versus pitching very, very well and only letting up 1 run through 3 innings. He's been pretty efficient, got beat up a little bit in the second inning, but first inning was 3 up, 3 down. And the third inning, again, 3 up, 3 down.
2-1, Bridgehampton out in front. Warriors won the first game by a score of 11-2.
All right, let's send it out to our sideline reporter, Aaron Kruder, who is standing there with the story for us right now.
Good evening. I was just by the Amityville baseball team's dugout, and it seems even though they might have a losing score at this point in the game, they are still have a lot of energy and are very supportive of their teammates, and they can still come back. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron.
And, again, this is what winning does. Winning culture breeds that sort of mindset. In the past, you go down 2-0 in the first inning, 2-run score on an error, and your first thought might be, here we go again. But this team has confidence. They have confidence in each other. They have confidence in the words of their coach. And they know that, a 2-run deficit early in a game is not a big deal.
Absolutely.
And that just shows you the difference in culture that winning can bring to a team's psyche. So a lot of baseball here left. It's 2-1. It's been a really good game so far. Good pace here in game 2. Much better pace than I would say the first half of game 1. When
not nearly as sloppy.
Yeah, a lot of walks in game 1. Had to see a couple of pitching changes in order to find someone to get the strike zone. But, so far, Borges, he's walked a couple of batters, but he's been able to find the zone when he's needed to. He has 3 Ks on the night. And he's done a good job of working into and out of trouble at times. So, all you have to do is keep it here, keep dealing, and, let your offense take care of the rest, because this is an offense that has shown it can get the job done. But, it starts on the defensive side of the ball, starts with pitching, and it's going to start with probably the best hitter in the lineup for Bridgehampton, Tate Ford, who has been shut down in 2 games so far. Last time he got called out looking on a strike 3 call that he didn't necessarily agree with on the outside part of the plate. But he's hungry to get on the base pads.
Absolutely. And here comes Tate Ford in the first pitch. He lines up to bunt and bunts it foul down the third base line. So a sneaky bunt trying to get on base.
I like that a lot because it's a low-scoring game. The third baseman was playing back a little bit. You're trying to get a hit. You're a left-handed hitter, and if you get that drag bunt down the third base line with his speed coming out of the left-handed box, you probably start off with an infield single.
And the pitch is outside ball 1. I wonder if that was a called play or if he has the wherewithal to try that on his own. The 1-1 pitch is belted deep into right field. The right fielder going way back, and it is in front of the wall, And Tate Ford is screaming around the bases, and he's in there with a lead-off triple. He really crushed that ball deep into the right field corner.
Definitely the farthest hit ball that we've seen tonight. Vergara just turned and started running. He had no chance. We've been saying it all night. These outfielders have been playing very shallow, but that's where the balls have been hit until that one. And I told you, Tate Ford can get the job done, and we were just kind of waiting for it to happen on that play. Listen, if you're going to get beat with a clean hit. That's what that was. And you have to give some credit where credit is due. It was a good at-bat by Tate Ford, and good players are eventually going to break through.
And you could tell he was thinking triple all the way. A second he broke out of the batter's boxes, he was hustling and flying around the bases as Vergara tried to corral that ball in, but could not. So the pitch is on the outside corner for a strike.
You know, it was interesting that the bunt attempt also. It ended up bringing the corners in. It brought the middle infielders halfway, and then he turns around and belts one.
Yeah, and there's a shot right up the middle for an RBI single for Al Carderas, and that is the third run of the game for Bridgehampton as they take a 3-1 lead.
So a good piece of hitting. Coach Zeider had the infield in around the entire diamond, hoping to cut off that run with less than 2 outs at home. But when you do that, if the ball's not hit right at you, it's very hard to make a play. So good hitting by Al Carderas to find the gap and to get the RBI.
A well-placed ball, and that brings Sean Jane to the plate. He lines up to bunt. Oh, and they got the pick off. They got him off the throw to second, and he is out. So Carderas is caught stealing. Wise pick-off play by Borges on that one. And he caught him a little bit too far out in no man's land between first and second base. The toss went to second base, where I think it was McCullough, obviously, who slapped the tag on him for the out.
Yeah, great communication all around. First of all, Tejada and Way were really far in at the corners, and Borges saw a huge lead off of first. Great job executing the pickoff.
All right. So we have one out here in the bottom of the third inning.
And I also want to give credit to McCullough also. You know, Borges, he kind of hooked the throw a little bit. He threw it to the third base side of second base, and it was a pretty close play, despite the fact that he had him picked off. But a great recovery by McCullough to get that throw and apply the tag.
Swing and a miss for a strike.
You know, that's important, too, because it clears the bases. It allows you to reset. You know, you don't want to give up any runs, but if you give up a run, then, you know, you just keep moving forward. But if you get the bases cleared, you can reset.
Yeah, squares to bunts again. This one goes right back to the pitcher, throws it to first. Oh, man, another collision at first base.
And he should be out at first base. He turned into fair territory. And they're going to say that I guess they're going to say that the collision caused the base runner, Jane, to move out there, but that was a weird play.
That was a weird play. They had Way looked like he was standing almost on the grass at first base.
Yeah, miscommunication. I mean, it looked like the second baseman was coming over. You know, ball hit to the right side. You don't know if the first baseman is going to go for it or not. The umpires are talking over the play right now. Coach Zeider wants an explanation. Again, the way I saw it was the runner turned into fair territory, and that's what Coach Zeider is saying right now. I can tell by the direction he's pointing in.
That's what it looked like.
And the tag was made, but I don't know why that throw was cut off going to first. He's out if that throw isn't cut off.
Oh.
The two umpires are still discussing it, but if you make a motion towards second base, if you just even turn your shoulders in the direction of second, then you can be tagged out for being in fair territory. You have to turn to the right in foul territory, and that's exactly what Coach Zeider is talking about right now.
It looks like that's what Coach Zeider is saying.
And he's gonna go back to the dugout on the losing side of that argument, but I think he's got a pretty strong argument there, as you know, the other piece of that too, and I couldn't see it because it was such a bang play. Where was the base runner? Was the base runner in fair territory when the collision occurred?
And they're giving him second base on this too. So not only is he not out, they're giving him second base on it.
So, okay, that's a new one on me. I'm not really sure.
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know,
because the ball didn't get away. It didn't go out of play, which is why you would.
Interference?
We're going to have to try to figure out. Yeah, maybe they called.
We'll have to talk to Coach.
Yeah,
about
again,
that
I wish I could see a replay of that because of the fact that if he's in fair territory, you have that lane in foul territory for the runner. If he's in fair territory, Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they called interference on the first baseman.
And there's a chopper to third base, and Tejada gobbles it up and throws it away for the out. So there's the 5-3 putout.
So no harm, no foul so far, but now a runner is still 90 feet away. So I'm not even sure how to score that one.
Good luck with that. I'm not even bothered.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say it's...
My scorecard isn't going to Cooperstown.
I'm going to say it's an E3 on the play.
As the pitch is low and inside for a ball. I would think E3 or... Yeah, but he got 2 bases out of it, so I can't get 2 bases on one.
It had to be an interference call
been.
because only if the ball was dead because it was thrown past the first baseman would that call have happened.
What made it so confusing was the fact that there were the 2 players there, and Way was standing almost on the grass in front of him, and the throw went to Way. So McCullough was standing on first base without the ball. It's very strange all around.
I think if that ball's not cut off, maybe the call doesn't go that way, but it was such a bizarre play given the fact that the pitcher fielded it, threw it to first base, and it was cut off by, I'm not even sure, it looked like Way was off the base and he cut it off.
Yeah.
Where Elijah McCullough, as
the pitch gets away,
as Elijah McCullough, made his way over to first base to cover it. So maybe Way didn't realize that McCullough had made it to first base, so he snagged it out of the air to make sure it didn't just go to an empty vacant bag. Very, very bizarre play.
Strange play all around.
And you know what? That's why I love this game, because no matter how much you watch baseball, I
always
swear
new.
you're always going to see something you've never seen before.
There's always something new. Anyway, runners at the corner. And here comes the pitch to Jalen Harding, and is upstairs for a ball. The only out of this inning so far was when Al Carderas was picked off, I should say, trying to steal. As Fitzgerald dancing off first base, clapping, trying to distract Borges, and seems to be working.
And I think a very smart move by Luciano, going out and having a conversation with his pitcher. The infield's going to come in and discuss it too. And the reason for this is simple. What do you do with a runner on first and third with less than 2 outs? So sometimes teams will have a play design where you fake the throw to second. If the runner on first tries to steal, then you snap throw to third. Sometimes you throw it to second, but what you can do is you can have the second baseman cover second base and have the shortstop actually cut the ball off between the mound and second base and then throw it home again. So that's probably what they're trying to discuss. What do we do if the runner on first takes off?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see him take off here, but he doesn't, as runner dances down the third baseline as well as Sean Jane.
Large secondary lead off of first as well.
They're playing games right now. So 3-0 count, runners at the corner. Here comes the pitch, and it is outside for a ball. So another walk, and that loads the bases here. So potential for a huge inning for Bridgehampton as Finn Alversa comes to the plate.
You know, this actually might be, in a strange way, a good thing for Borges, because I think clearly he was distracted by what was going on with the runners.
100%.
Now with the bases loaded, he should just be focusing on the hitter.
Yeah, just very straightforward. But there's a first pitch is outside. And 1-0 count.
Alversa walked his first time up.
The pitch is a strike, so it's a 1-1 count to Finn Alversa. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the third inning.
And we've said it before, it's important when you're facing the bottom of the lineup. That's where you need to make sure, force them to put the ball in play and beat you. Don't give them free passes.
Yeah. Again, Tyler Fitzgerald is just clapping, trying to distract Borges. And I wonder, it seems to be working. There's another ball to Aversa, so it's a 2-1 count. Let's see if he tries it again. Yep, there he goes, clapping away in second base. And the pitch is way outside. So a 3-1 count here, and Borges is in danger of walking in a run.
Finn Alversa does not have a hit yet between these two games yet today. Again, you have to give him a strike and let him put the ball in play.
The pitch, swing and a miss to strike him out. huge strikeout there to get out of the inning. That was a very confusing inning.
Yeah, that one play was interesting. We're definitely going to have to get something from Coach Zeider later.
Yeah.
I'm almost certain what he was arguing was the fact that the runner was out of the baseline, or not out of the baseline, but he had made a motion towards second base into fair territory. And once you do that, you can be tagged out. And, maybe the umpires were more concerned about the collision, which is very possible, bang-bang type of play there. No instant replay for us here in the booth. No instant replay for the umpires either.
Yeah.
So a tough play there. But, look, they give up a run, but that could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact they escaped that inning, only letting up 1 run, so they're down 2. And we saw they have the capability to put together big innings and throw a crooked number up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, leadoff triple followed by a base hit. You figure you're setting yourself up for a big inning, and Borges is able to stop the bleeding.
Yeah. I made a little note. We'll see if we can remember to ask Coach Zeider about that play after the game. So here we are, heading into the top of the 4th inning. It is 3-1 Bridgehampton. And I think we have Waldy Tejada leading off for the Warriors in this inning. And that's exactly who's going to be coming up. So Tejada, Way, and Borges coming up this inning for the Warriors. And Waldy Tejada strolls up to the plate. And I'm going to send it over to my broadcast partner, the voice of the Warriors, Matt Grice.
For a little longer, we have a couple of voices of the Warriors. Erin Kruder, I want to give a shout-out to her. She's done a great job as a senior.
Fantastic.
Amazing play-by-play voice for basketball, which is not easy at all to do. But it's a privilege for me to be here tonight, and I'm having a great time sharing it with you and with our crew that's here with us as well. Sandra Pons is now joining us in the booth, hitting some of the buttons for us. We appreciate that. There's the first pitch of the top of the 4th inning, and it's in the dirt for a ball. It'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Warriors coming up: Tejada, Way, and Borges. Tejada struck out looking his first time up. Amityville. Tejada looks at another ball inside. The count is 2-0, and right now Amityville trails by a score of 3-1, but lots of baseball left to play here. And if you're joining us late, Game 1, Amityville walked away with the 11-2 victory against the Bridgehampton Killer Bees. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball hits the outside corner for a strike, and the count is 2-1 to Tejada.
See if Waldy can get a hit here.
The pitch, and that nicks the inside corner, and the count evens up at 2 apiece.
Nice breaking ball. Looked like it was going inside. Must have caught the front corner of the plate there.
Alversa working at a faster pace here, showing that he's getting more comfortable out there. And there's a pitch just off the inside corner, and the count will go full to Tejada.
Very similar pitch back-to-back there. Just missed on that last pitch.
So here it is, the full count, and it is low for ball 4. So Tejada does his job getting the leadoff walk, and the Warriors are in business, trailing by 2 runs here as the lefty Alexander Way comes up to bat. Way, in his first at-bat in the 2nd inning, had a single, stole 2 bases, and would come around to score Amityville's only run as we get a pinch runner now for the Warriors. And coming into the game to pinch run will be Justice Wright.
Justice Wright.
Justice Wright, a 10th grader, JV call-up, so getting a little experience here before he gets called up permanently to varsity next year. And I'm sure, Mr. Rolling Tejada will, and here's a pickoff throw, and immediately he's picked off. Great pickoff throw, and tagged out is Wright by the shortstop. Score it a 1-3-6. So, some well, you learn from it, right?
You learn.
He gets a chance to get in there. You pull Tejada out to get some speed on the base paths, and there's the pickoff. So Tejada will re-enter the game at 3rd base as Wright goes back to the dugout. I'm sure Coach Zeider will speak to him, but as that pitch is outside now to Way, you can't. He had a huge lead off of first base, and credit Alversara, he doesn't have to deal with a pitch clock, and he patiently waited to get right caught in between the bags. There's a line drive to shortstop, and it is caught by Ford for the second out of the inning.
It's a nice barrel on the bat there. Just unfortunate that he hit it right at the shortstop, who was able to catch that on the fly. Didn't even have to move an inch, just right to him.
Everson Borges comes up, looking to help himself out as he check swings and gets the call for a strike. So they count 0-1.
You know, going back to that caught stealing, that pickoff, you know, as a lefty, he's facing first base, so it's such a big lead. It was very easy for Aversa to see this big lead and say, "Oh, I got him."
And that's the learning experience.
Yeah.
When there's a righty on the mound, it's a completely different situation than when dealing with a left-hander. And credit to Aversa, who showed a lot of patience there, as that ball is low and inside to Borges. So the count is 2-1.
Absolutely, he's pitching a great game here. Really impressive.
5 strikeouts tonight for Alversa in game 2, as that one's fouled straight back at the screen.
Don't worry, our microphone's okay.
This time. 2-2 the count now to Borges. Borges' first at-bat in the second inning. He reached on an E5, did steal 2 bases, but was stranded at third. And the 2-2 from Alversa to Borges. Swung on a nubbed foul behind the plate, and we'll do it again.
What a difference a few hours makes. Look at this. The lights are on.
It's cool.
We can actually see everything now.
It's chilly out.
It's chilly, though.
Your head isn't as red as it was before.
Oh, that's good.
You may be feeling that one later, though.
Nah, I'm used to it.
The 2-2 swung on and grounded weakly towards third. Fielded there by Cardaris across the diamond in time. And that will do it as the side is retired. Score that a 5-3 as Cardaris swipes it out of the air. And at the end of 3.5 for the Warriors, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left on base. And it is a 3-1 Killer Bees lead over the Warriors as we enter the bottom of the 4th inning in Game 2 of our doubleheader here live at Middle Country Park. Matt Grice, Corey Zwirling, Aaron Kruder with us here on the call tonight. It's a beautiful night for baseball, and we appreciate you spending your Friday night with us as well here on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Make sure you like and subscribe our page and continue to support our students. They do a tremendous job at our school, and we couldn't do what we're doing right now. We're having a blast, but we couldn't do it without their help. And I just want to give a lot of credit to the names that you don't hear of that are doing so much work behind the scenes, whether it's getting our production elements, our IDs, information for us, running and finding lineup changes, working cameras. And it is a true team effort, and we just want to send out that appreciation to everyone.
Absolutely. And very impressive outing, you know, for Alversa tonight. Amityville's having trouble stringing together base runners in this nightcap. 3 of the 4 innings, they've gone down 1, 2, 3. So only in that second inning they were able to string together about 6 batters or so and scratch out a run. But other than that, they've been going out 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So
do hope it'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters. But before we get to that, let's check in with Aaron Kruder.
All right, I'm here with the story from the dugout from Coach Seider. An unfortunate play happened last inning where one of Coach Seider's players got ran into at first base, and Coach Seider feels that the ruling that the umpire made was inaccurate, and hopefully that the rulings will be more polite in the future towards Amityville and will help him and his team get the win tonight. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. And, yeah, that was pretty much what we had said, that the interference was actually on the part of the base runner. I'll be curious to talk to Coach Seider afterwards about that turn towards second base there. And I'm definitely curious as to they had to have called it interference on the first baseman.
Why, yeah.
To award him second base. But
I can't think of any other reason that they would just award him second base like that.
Yeah, it's, that's to take a quote from one of my favorite announcers of all time, John Sterling. Oh, that's baseball, Susan, and you knew that's where I was going. But that's what's beautiful about this game. Doesn't always work out in your favor.
Nope.
Amityville's able to get out of that inning, only giving up a run. Right now they trail 3-1 as we enter the bottom of the fourth inning. Game 2 between the Warriors and the Killer Bees. 9-1 and 2 due up, and right now it's Daver Cabanas, the designated hitter, struck out swinging in his first at-bat back in the second inning. Bridgehampton for Game 2 so far, as that one's outside, has just 2 hits to go along with their 3 runs. And there's a pitch, swung on and missed. It appears that Borges has really settled down. He's had trouble at times finding the strike zone, nothing too wild, but he's been able to gain his composure. The defense has been strong behind him as that one is grounded weakly to third. Tejada scoops it up, throws across the diamond, and there is one away here in the bottom of the fourth.
Absolutely. His command is much better in this inning. Came out throwing strikes. He didn't have any of those wild throws that hit through the other batter's box. So nice job in that first at-bat by Borges. Let's see if he can continue it throughout the inning, though.
So it's the top of the order now for the Killer Bees. Kai Alversa. He steps to the mound, steps to the plate. He's on the mound. He rips one down the left field line. That one is deep. That'll be a one-hop off the wall as Bonilla gets on his horse to chase that one down. He gets it in quickly, and an easy stand-up double for Kai Alversa. And with one down here in the bottom of the fourth inning, Alversa is in scoring position. That one was ripped down the line. Good job by Bonilla tracking it down and getting in quickly.
He hit that ball hard, and this is the Kyle Versa game. Doing it on the mound, doing it at the plate. Very impressive double there as he smoked that one down the left field line.
And now you bring up Tate Ford, who crushed one into right field in his last at-bat for a triple, and he looks at strike one on the outside part of the plate, so the count is 0-1 to Ford. Ford 1 for 2 in game number 2. In game number 1, he was kept off the base paths. Borges checks the runner. Big secondary lead. Gets by Luciano, and moving to third base easily will be Alversa. And what do you think? I guess that would probably be a passed ball.
Pass ball, yeah. It was not a strike by any means, but I wouldn't consider that a wild pitch.
So the 1-1 now to Ford, and it's outside, and the count is 2-1. And this is where Borges needs to pay attention also, because if the ball gets past Luciano behind the plate, Borges needs to cover home with the runner Alversa leading off of third. And here's the pitch, and that is also upstairs and outside. So the count is 3-1 now on Ford. And you know what? Sometimes things stick in your mind, and Borges may remember that last time he hit a 330-foot shot into right center field. As that one's way outside, and that's exactly what I was talking about as it goes to the backstop. Borges delayed reaction, but Alversa does not move anywhere, and instead it'll be runners at the corners as Ford draws the walk. So runners at the corners with one out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-1 lead for the Bridgehampton Killer Bees. Warriors again took game 1 11-2, and we have a meeting on the mound of all the minds here in the infield along with Coach Zeider, and we'll see what he does. Does he leave Borges in there, or does he make the switch?
Let's see. I was just about to say I wouldn't be surprised to see Zeider step out, come to the mound. Brought the whole infield in. I don't think he's taking him out. This looks to be more of a little powwow. Just gesturing with his hands.
Might also be another conversation with runners at the corners and less than 2 outs here because you figure we saw Ford flying around the bases for his triple last inning. So you know he has wheels, and I mean I'm just going to throw it out there. I guarantee he's going to take off at some point during this next at-bat. And the Warriors need to have a plan as to what they're going to do. So we'll see how they hold them on. We'll see if they give them second base. We'll see if they have a play drawn up. But staying in the game will be – oh, actually, or are they making a switch here? Nope. They're going to keep Borges in here.
No, I'd be surprised to see Ford not run and try and take second base here. We'll see. Coach is coming back out, talking to the
So with runners at the corners, 1 out here, top of the 4th inning, that will send up the number 3 hitter, who is squaring to bunt before Borges even has the sign. And this means the runner is taking off. And there he goes.
There he goes.
Pitches outside and nothing doing. We saw that coming a mile away. Ford takes second base easily. And I'm sure that Cardaris will pull back the bunt now and go up there swinging.
Yeah, I don't think your number 3 hitter is going to be bunting with runners on 2nd and 3rd.
Made good contact back in the 1st inning, lining out to first base. And fouls went off definitely in the direction of my car. I don't hear any broken glass, so that's a good sign.
Going off.
But he is 1 for 2 in game number 2. Did have a single in the 3rd inning and was picked off as there's a good breaking ball. Just misses the inside corner. And the count 2-1.
Glad our cameras haven't been hit yet either.
It's only the 4th inning.
Of the 2nd game.
Runners on 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, and Cardaris chases one way out of the zone, and it looked like Borges took something off of that.
Yeah.
Maybe his eyes lit up a little too much.
It was a surprising swing.
And here's the pitch by Borges. Swung on and lined in the gap in right center field. Doesn't split the outfielders. Good job by Vergara cutting it off, but 1-1 will score. Here comes the 2nd run. That will score as well. The runners had to hold up to make sure that ball wasn't going to be caught. So it is a 1 out, 2 RBI double for the number 3 hitter, Al Cardaris. And just like that, it is now a 5-1 lead for Bridgehampton.
Nice 2 RBI double there for Cardaris. Really smoked that one into
And there's
the
a
gap.
bunt, and it's picked up in foul territory. Good play by Luciano as, now they're trying to be aggressive on the base paths, Bridgehampton. Cardaris was looking to take 3rd. Sean James squared around. Good bunt, just went foul. And, hey, listen, Amityville can hit, so you want to get as many runs across the plate as possible, and that's what they're doing. Playing a little bit of little ball here, moving runners, stealing bases. And Sean Jane, he walked in his first at-bat, stole second base, came around to score, reached on an E3 back in the 3rd inning, and that ball is inside.
It's a ball.
So we shall do it again. Leading off second base is Cardaris after the 2 RBI double. There's a swing and a miss, and that will send Jane packing back to the dugout. So 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And up to the plate is Ari Cardaris trying to knock in his brother from second base. Ari is 0 for 2, reached on an error. Big secondary lead for Al Cardaris off of second base. Luciano's going to have to pay attention. Good job by Tejada making sure he gets over to 3rd to cover.
2 runs already in this inning. Cardaris trying to knock in his brother.
The pitch, and it's ripped down the 3rd base line, and that will be a foul ball. So a good cut way out in front of that pitch. And all it turns out to be is a strike, as brother has to jog back to second base and set things up again. But this is a big at-bat here in the game. 4-run lead is not insurmountable, but a base hit here could add another one across the plate. You want to stop it as that one is upstairs for a ball.
All that was a loud strike. That's it.
Yeah,
they got to tell
and that's
themselves.
how you have to look at it. So the 2-1 now. And it's grounded towards shortstop. Fielded by McCullough. Throws across the diamond in time. Strong throw to end the inning. Score it 6-3. And that'll do it here in the bottom of the 4th inning, but not before 2 more runs come across for Bridgehampton. They score those 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 left on base. And at the end of 4 innings of play, it is 5-1 Killer Bees out in front of the Amityville Warriors.
Bottom of the order coming up for Amityville. Let's see if they can start a rally. They already had 1 walk by Vergara in the 2nd inning. And we'll see if he can get things started, because the only way you can come back from a 4-run deficit is by putting runners on base.
It'll be Vergara, Elijah McCullough, and Armando Bonilla due up for the Warriors. And right now, Amityville only has 1 hit in game number 2. In game number 1, even though the score was 11-2 in favor of the Warriors, Amityville didn't have that many hits either. They only had 7 hits to go along with those 11 runs. A lot of walks, so definitely different this game. Much better pace this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're already in the top of the 5th inning. And, you know, I guess when 3 of the 4 innings you go 1, 2, 3, that'll move the pace along, right? We don't need any pitch clock here, as that warm-up pitch almost took out our sound mic.
No, that actually, that nice crack was not a 90-mile-an-hour fastball hitting the catcher's glove. That was a 70-mile-an-hour fastball hitting the brick wall where our crowd mic is sitting on top. But it sounded cool.
Sounded cool. At least I hope it did for the broadcast.
So Kyle Versa will go back to the mound as the throw goes down to second base, and we get started on the top of the 5th inning. 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up for the Warriors, and Aversa's pitching a very good game so far. 5 strikeouts. He's only given up 1 hit, 1 run. That run was back in the 2nd inning. Tejada led off striking out looking. Base hit by Way, stole 2 bases and would come around to score as Way would steal home plate. And that's the only run for Amityville. As here's the first pitch, cut out and missed by Vergara, as the senior gets the start in game number 2. Here's the 0-1 and chopped weakly towards third. It's going to be a tough play. Throwing it, and that ball should not have been thrown. Vergara will go to second base as it is chased down by McClellan. And that one will be scored in E5. Actually, you give him the base hit on that.
Base hit.
And then he goes to second on the E5.
Yeah, definitely should have eaten that ball, put it in his pocket. He had no chance of getting him at first base. The only thing that could happen did happen.
Yeah, Kadars ran in, charged, made the play cleanly, but had no shot. Never should have thrown that ball.
No, he was running fast right out of the box. Love to see that hustle.
So the freshman Elijah McCullough comes up to the plate. He popped out to third base in his lone at bat in game number 2 back in the 2nd inning. And here's the pitch, and it's fouled.
There goes your car.
Right back in the direction of my car again. So count is 0-1 for McCullough. RBI opportunity with a runner standing on second base. It's Vergara.
I want to say, listen to that Amityville dugout really cheering on their teammates now, trying to start a rally.
Alversa looks back to runner. The 0-1 in the dirt. Good stop by Harding, and that will keep Vergara at second base. The count evens up at 1 apiece.
It's getting cold.
It's a nice breezy evening here. Vergara from the middle of the rubber deals way inside, all the way to the backstop. Harding chases. Runner takes off for third base, and that ball off the brick wall that we were talking about a few minutes ago is going to trickle almost all the way down to third base on the ricochet. So Vergara will make it to third on the passed ball.
You know, I thought Harding was not really chasing that ball. That he didn't really give a huge effort. I think if he hustled, he would have had a shot at third base.
Maybe. It took a weird hop off the wall, though, as it actually was going in the direction of third. As that one is lined straight up the middle, fielded by Ford at short, throws across the diamond in time, but the job is done by McCullough as he gets the sacrifice, and the RBI. Vergara scores, and the Warriors have cut the lead to 3. It's 5-2 now. Top of the 5th inning. Give the sacrifice to McCullough on a 6-3.
Nice job. Very nice job. That error, or the single followed by the error to get to second base with the wild pitch, and then the sacrifice chopper to the shortstop. Manufactured runs
from the bottom of your lineup, which
this
brings
is what
up
they have to do.
Yeah, it brings up the number 9 hitter, Armando Bonilla. Grounded out to the pitcher back in the second inning. He finds himself behind in the count 0-1. And the pitch from the lefty and clips the outside corner. 0-2, backdoor breaking ball. That's been working very well for Alversa all night.
Yeah, he's pitching a nice game.
And the 0-2, fastball in the dirt. And nobody on the base pads, so it hits the back wall and bounces all the way back to the pitcher. Maybe they need to put some padding on that because it's bouncing all over
everywhere.
the place.
Here I am, too busy trying to fix my pen, which is broken.
Bonilla down 1-2 in the count. Alvaro sets and deals. Backdoor breaking ball again, and Bonilla waves at it and misses, so he is retired. And there are now 2 away here in the top of the 5th inning, and we go back to the top of the lineup. Aiden McCullough will step to the plate.
Let's see if they could start a nice 2-out rally.
McCullough has struck out swinging in both his appearances against Alversa. And there's strike 1, ball in the dirt, swung on and missed. If this was the major leagues, they don't really like having their starting pitcher get to face an order 3 times. McCullough struck out twice. I wonder if he's going to make any adjustments in this at-bat as the lefty deals outside. Count evens at 1 apiece.
He's a very smart player. I'd be shocked if he doesn't make any adjustments.
You know, we did talk about, too, how a lot of times you're not used to seeing many left-handed pitchers, and you have to wonder, you know, as a right-handed hitter, you're used to seeing that breaking ball coming in at your front shoulder and breaking over the inside part of the plate. But that backdoor breaking ball there's a strike. Fastball, and the count is 1-2. You know, that backdoor breaking ball, if you're not used to seeing it, you see the pitch off the plate and you freeze up. And then at the last second, it cuts back across that corner. And that's been hurting Amityville in this second game. There it is again, and a weak wave by McCullough. He goes down swinging, and that will do it here in the top of the 5th inning. But the Warriors do get 1 run across. They get 1 run on no hits. And 4.5 innings of play. Bridgehampton is still out in front by a score of 5-2.
Well, they're chipping away. The question is that enough? Did they start chipping away enough? Or are they leaving too many opportunities out there?
Well, you will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, the heart of the order, coming up in the top of the 6th inning for Amityville. Warriors down to their final 6 outs. And it will be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters, Fitzgerald, Harding, and Finn Alversa, due up in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Bridgehampton Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Again, thank you so much for joining us here tonight at Middle Country Park, neutral site, for a doubleheader between the Warriors and the Killer Bees. Amityville won the first game by a score of 11-2 and improved their record to 8-3 on the year. Meanwhile, Bridgehampton fell to 9-5. And Bridgehampton trying to find that 10th win. Right now they lead 5-2 in game number 2. But again, thank you so much for spending your Friday evening here with us on the Amityville Broadcasting Network. Matt Grice, Corey Zwerling, Aaron Kruder has been feeding us reports all night long, and a host of others helping us behind the scenes as well. Got a couple innings left. It looks like Borges is going out there again, and he really settled down. You know, I know he's given up 5 runs, but a couple walks, couple stolen bases, 2 runs scored unearned on the error by the shortstop, McCullough, earlier in the game. But he's battled. You know, I don't know that he's had his best stuff tonight, but he's fought through it. I give credit to Coach Zeider for sticking with him, and we'll see if he can finish this up here. But there's a throw all the way. There goes our microphone again. There's a throw all the way to the backstop as Luciano is going to throw down to second base, and we're going to get the bottom half of the 5th inning underway here. And Warriors will throw it around in the infield. Luciano will take a quick jog out to the mound. And over there with him is Way, the first baseman. So the 3 of them have a quick chat. Luciano still talking as Way starts to head back to his position at first base.
Strategy going on here.
You know, and you're dealing with 6, 7, 8, potentially 9 in the hole this inning. I'm sure Luciano's saying, listen, make them beat us. Put the ball over the plate. Don't walk them. Let's throw strikes. Let's get into a rhythm here. And Tyler Fitzgerald steps into the right-handed batter's box. And Borges deals inside for a ball. So the count is 1-0. Fitzgerald on the day, grounded out to first base, got a walk, advanced to second base on another walk as there's a pitch that's low for a ball, and the count is 2-0. So I'm not sure if that's what was discussed on the mound, but if it was, it didn't work for the first two pitches.
No.
And there's pitch number 3, and that one is fouled into the parking lot.
Away from our cars, don't worry.
Away from our cars, but very close to someone else's as Fitzgerald was late on that pitch. So now the count is 2-1. And there's a pitch upstairs for a ball. 3-1 now on Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald looking for his first hit of the day, and instead he'll take a walk. Walk's as good as a hit. So a leadoff walk, which is the exact thing that you did not want to do.
Nope.
Starting off the bottom of the 5th inning. And that's going to get the running game going again, too.
So we'll see. This Fitzgerald walking back-to-back at-bats. He walked in the 3rd inning.
Had a stolen base in game 1 also, and that's going to be it. Coach Zeider has seen enough. Borges gets a nice round of applause from his teammates as he heads to the dugout. And it looks like coming in to pitch for the Warriors will be Justin Cabrera.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if any other changes are made here.
Coach Zeider having a chat with the home plate umpire as well.
So I wonder, got to get some clarification here. I wonder if Borges is going to stay in the game to hit, which is probably what the plan was, because high school, or at least Suffolk County High School, has a new rule where you can have your pitcher also be the designated hitter at the same time as our microphone.
Aaron's going to take care of it.
Our microphone has had a lot of exercise tonight. But I'm going to assume Borges is going to stay in the game. This was probably Coach Zeider's plan all along. And essentially what happens, and this doesn't work in college or major leagues, anything like that, but essentially what happens now is Borges is relegated back to just being the designated hitter, and he will hit for the new pitcher, Justin Cabrera, who has just come into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Aaron, definitely a rule I didn't know existed until earlier today, speaking with Coach Zeider. So,
yeah, it's
taking
interesting.
advantage of it.
It's interesting because, you know, it's like Major League Baseball is going in the opposite direction. Solid DH both leagues. No more double switches, anything like that. And the high school level, at least here in Suffolk County, they're making up their own rules. I've never seen this rule before on any level before. But, you know, it's a good rule in the sense that it's kind of like a reverse DH. If you didn't have that, you would have to – if you didn't have that, you would have to end up, you know, losing his bat in the lineup. And if you had a DH, you would lose the DH in that situation. So I could see why you would have something like that. But as Cabrera finishes up his warm-up pitches, he has a very important job right now. And the job is to keep this where it's at. And right now it's a 5-2 lead for Bridgehampton here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Runner on first base, nobody out after the leadoff walk to Fitzgerald, and that was Borges' last hitter. So for Borges, he didn't do so bad. Gave up 5 runs, only gave up 2 hits. What really hurt him was, count up the walks that he get, 3, 4, 5, 6 walks, 7 walks, and that's really what did him in. Got his pitch count up there too, is Jalen Harding, the catcher, goes fishing for a fastball upstairs and misses, and the count is 0-1. Short lead, bigger secondary lead, off speed, and way out in front was Harding, and quickly the count is 0-2. And this is what you need. Come in and just start throwing strikes.
That's
and
it.
Now Cabrera has some leeways. There's a pitch up in the zone, going for second base easily with the steal. Good throw by Luciano. Not an easy pitch to throw on, but Fitzgerald will steal second base, so he is in scoring position now with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Count is 1-2 on Harding, and this would be a good place for a strikeout if Cabrera could get it There's the pitch, and it hits him. Might have got the back of the helmet, but Harding appears to be okay. He's a catcher, so he's used to getting beat up.
Got hit in the head, that pop-up earlier, too.
So the good news, it puts the force back in order. The bad news is runners on first and second, nobody out here, and you have your 8 and 9 hitters coming up. You have to let them put the ball in play, let your defense go to work here.
Absolutely.
And Finn Alversa comes up, second baseman, and he is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Did reach on a walk as he squares the bunt, pulls it back as that pitch is in the dirt, low and outside, and the count is 1-0.
You know, Amityville's defense has been really, really good today. So you'd like to see the pitchers throw the strikes, get the ball in play, and allow the defense to do their job and make the plays that they need to.
Timeout called by Alversa. Tejada way in at third base as squares the bunt again upstairs, but he's able to get the bunt down. There's only one play. It's to first base. And the ball is skipped to first base. Here's a throw home. That ball goes wide. The runners will advance, at least one of them to third base. A sloppy play by the Amityville Warriors, and that's going to cost them here as Fitzgerald will come around to score. Alversa will reach on an E1 as Cabrera had plenty of time to throw that ball over. Instead, rushed the throw and kind of sent a bounce pass over to Way. And as a result, it's runners at the corners now with a run in and still nobody out. And here's the pitch to the number 9 hitter, the designated hitter, Cabanas. And he looks at ball 1 outside. I know we have a pinch hitter, it looks like. So
Eli McClelland.
McClelland is now in the game.
Another 8th grader.
Now, McClelland was in right field, so he was being DH'd for. So the Killer Bees have given up their designated hitter now. And that one gets by the catcher. Luciano chases it, and there's no play at the plate. Runners will move up as Harding comes around to score. Alversa goes to second. And it is another pitch in the dirt outside that gets past Luciano. And things are starting to unravel here a little bit for the Warriors in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch in the dirt again, ball 4. So the pinch hitter, McClelland, he will get a free pass to first base.
Wheels are falling off a little bit here. Got to stop this bleeding if they want to have any chance to be able to come back, string together some late inning heroics. Got to tighten up this defense that I was just praising before, but now they're throwing the ball all over the field.
Runners on first and second, nobody out. There's a strike, breaking ball now to the leadoff hitter, Kyle Alversa, who has pitched a very, very good game, too, here for the Killer Bees. There's the pitch, and it's ripped into left field. Bonilla, bad jump on it, takes a step back, able to recover, and gets it in, holding the runners where they are. Bonilla looked like he froze, then was able to recover, took a couple of steps back, and made the play.
Yeah, did a really nice job recovering there, and he was able to circle under the ball and made it look really easy. So it's a nice job in there in left field by Armando Bonilla.
But it's not going to get any easier for Justin Cabrera as now he has to face Tate Ford. Ford already with a triple in this game, and that one is swung on a pop foul out of play down the third base line. Giving it a look and a long run is Tejada.
Our view is blocked by the dugout.
Blocked, but given the fact that Ford hasn't gone anywhere, I'm gonna venture that he's still alive. But yeah, so Ford struck out his first at bat, did have a triple and scored a run in his second at bat in the 3rd inning. Walked in the 4th inning, stole a base, came around to score as he fouls another one out of play. It's 0-2 now, and this is where Cabrera has to really be smart as a pitcher. You don't want to give Ford anything to hit here that he can drive, especially with 2 guys on base. And we know Ford is dangerous. And here's the pitch, and it's way inside. Once again, gets past Luciano, and the runners will move up, so that gets rid of the force. And again, a sloppy bottom of the 5th inning defensively for Amityville. And that's going to put 2 runners in scoring position with 2 runs already in. 7-2 is the score right now, and here's the pitch, and it's upstairs, and the count evens up at 2-2. I'll quote the late, great Yogi Berra. It can get late early here if they don't stop the bleeding here. And that one swung on and hit in the air to right field. Vergara trying to camp underneath it, and he makes the catch, but tagging from third base and scoring easily on the play will be McClellan. And that will bring the lead up to 8-2 now, or 8-2. Bridgehampton out in front. Both runners will move up. One scores, moving to third base on the play. Actually, it was Alversa that scored. Moving up to third on the play is McClelland. And we get a throw over to third. Nothing going on there.
They appealing? They're appealing.
Did he leave early? That's the question.
And no signal. And they signal safe.
They signal safe.
So they're appealing, thinking maybe the runner left third base early.
That almost never, ever, ever happens. You know, and it's hard on this level, too, because you only have 2 umpires.
Yeah.
If this was major leagues, you have an umpire at third base who's watching that. So, but, you know, why not? Take the shot as here's the pitch. Grounded towards second base. Fielded by McCullough. Bobbles loses it. And another error in E4. And Cardaras gets to reach on the E4. Another run comes in to score.
It's now 9-2 Bridgehampton in the nightcap. So things are getting a little out of hand for Amityville.
And we spoke earlier about that Amityville inning and how they have not done that this season.
Yeah.
They're doing it right here. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled back by number 21, Sean Jane, the first baseman. He walked in the first inning, stole second base, ended up coming around to score, reached on an error by the first baseman in the third, struck out swinging in the fourth, and here he is in the fifth with a runner on first base and 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and it's grounded towards second base. Another chance for McCullough. This time he fields it, throws it over to first in time. And that will do it here, as you can score that a 4-3. But the damage is done as 4 runs come in. But here's the kicker. 4 runs on no hits.
No hits.
And a couple of errors and 1 left on base. And at the end of 5 innings of play, well, right now it's starting to get a little out of hand. It's 9-2, Bridgehampton out in front. Warriors coming to bat in the top of the 6th. They're down to their final 6 outs, and it will be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Jeremiah Luciano, Darrell Sanchez, and Waldy Tejada due up for Amityville. And as Amityville gets set to get their at-bats in, I'm going to turn over the play-by-play duties now to Mr. Corey Zwerling. He can take it away the rest of the way from here.
Thanks, Matt. And the one good thing that Amityville is going for them is they have the offensive ability to come back in this game. They haven't been able to solve Alversa just yet, but as his pitch count gets higher, he might be tiring some. We'll see if they force them to make a pitching change, but you have to be... Yeah, they have to be selective with their hitting. Try and make him throw pitches. If it's out of the strike zone, don't swing at it, obviously. And just try not to think of it as, all right, you got to score 7 runs right here, right now. You can't hit a 7. String together hits, string together good at-bats, draw some walks. Force them to throw the ball around the field. You know, Bridgehampton's had some good defensive plays. They really have a mistake-free second game here, but we saw them in the first game. They walked the world in that first inning of the first game, allowed Amityville to score 6 runs, so they have it in them. Let's see if they can do it, and Jeremiah Luciano is going to be the one to start it out. So here we go. And the pitch is in there for a strike.
That backdoor breaking ball.
He's been hitting that all night.
He's only given up 1 hit and 8 strikeouts.
The 0-1 pitch is laced into center field. That's going to fall down for a single for Luciano. And that's how you start it. The way you build it is by that first at-bat. 1 pitch, 1 at-bat at a time.
Good piece of hitting by Luciano. His first hit of Game 2. He is 1 for 3. And we talked about this last inning. This is now the third time that the Warriors are going to see Alversa. Are they going to make adjustments to that breaking ball that they haven't really been able to hit to this point?
So Darrell Sanchez steps in, righty against the lefty, toss over to first base, and Waldy Tejada kicks first base all the way into.
It's like a little league first base. I don't know why it's not in the ground.
That is not anchored down at all. But the other ones are fine. I don't know why that one's having a problem.
And you can't steal first, so that doesn't work.
And the umpires stop holding a play, but we begin again. So here comes the pitch from Alversa to Sanchez. And it is inside. Good job blocking, but the ball gets away, and he throws it into...
would have been into center field.
I thought it went to center field. The camera was blocking my view. But Tejada takes second on the wild pitch. So he's up in second.
Not a stolen base.
Not a stolen base, yeah.
But this is good for Amityville because they have had a tough time tonight getting reads off of the lefty Alversa. They've been picked off once tonight already, so to get a runner past that is helpful.
And that pitch is in there for a strike. So 1-1 count to Sanchez. Tejada at second base. Amityville trailing 9-2 here in the top of the sixth inning. Here comes the pitch, and it bounces into home plate. So we got a 2-1 count. And maybe we're starting to see some cracks in Aversa's pitching performance here. We'll see if Amityville can take command of it.
Strikeout and a flyout for Sanchez here in game 2. Got a chance for an RBI, a very important one at this stage in the game.
Here comes the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. So a 2-2 count.
And, that's a good hack, but that's a good pitch, too. That is a hard pitch to hit, sweeping across from the left-hander across the plate.
Absolutely. Goes back to, the different angles you see from facing a lefty from a righty. So here looks the runner back to second base.
You can hear the Warrior bench screaming back. So they're definitely still engaged despite the 9-2 score.
Alversa comes to the set. And the 2-2 pitch is inside, ball 3.
Good take by Sanchez. That was a hard pitch to hit, low in the zone, breaking ball, close to the bottom of the strike zone. Good take by Sanchez.
So here we go, full count, nobody out here in the top of the 6th. Tejada at second. Sanchez at the plate. The payoff pitch is swing and a miss, strike 3, but the ball gets away. Tejada takes third, and Sanchez is going to make it without a throw to first base. So the drop third strike allows Sanchez to take first base, and it's kind of like an extra out for the Warriors here in the top of the 6th inning.
So you score that a strikeout E2 to allow Sanchez to get there. And ironically, the same thing happened back in the first, but in the first inning, Harding was able to make the play 2-3 on the strikeout looking for Sanchez. But heads-up base running by Sanchez to turn what really should have been an out into an error to get an Amityville base runner.
Yeah, Waldy Tejada up. I just realized I was saying he was on second. It was Luciano.
And now with runners at the corners, you have to figure, Sanchez has speed, but you have to be careful. You don't want to get picked off with a runner at third base, down 9-2 with a lefty on the mound.
Outfield playing very shallow. And a pickoff throw to first base. And nothing's really going on as Sanchez slides back in easily. But look how shallow that right fielder is playing. It's almost like how the second baseman would play when the shift was legal in MLB.
And Tejada's really the cleanup hitter.
And the pickoff throw gets away, and that's going to score a run. And Sanchez makes it to second without a throw. So here we go. So Luciano scores from third.
And that's where, Alversa, he knows he's got a speedy runner at first with a runner on third, but that doesn't matter. And he's too much focus on that, on Sanchez.
Absolutely. He was paying way too much attention to the runner at first base with a 7-run lead. Just got to focus on the play at the plate. So 1-1 count to Tejada. Runner on second. Second baseman clapping, making noise.
You and I were discussing this a few weeks ago. Good baseball trivia question. How many strikeouts can a pitcher have in an inning? And the answer is unlimited because of what we just saw with Sanchez. You drop the third strike, the strikeout counts. But if you don't get the out,
And the runner takes off and takes third base easily without a throw as that pitch came down low in the dirt.
Hard to steal off a lefty on first base, but when you have speed on second base, being left-handed is not going to give you an advantage. And Sanchez heads up play, stealing third.
That's right. So here comes the pitch, and it is inside and low. So ball 3. So 3-1 count to Tejada. We have Sanchez on at third base. No outs in the top of the 6. 9-3. So Amityville doing their best to claw back into this game. So here comes the 3-1 pitch. And it is up and away, ball 4.
I don't see anyone warming anywhere, but, you know, you couldn't make a switch from a position player that's already on the field, and now we actually do see head coach Lou Liberatore coming out, and let's see what he does here. I'm sure Alversa is going to say he wants to finish this up. He's pitched so well to this point, but he has thrown a lot of pitches. When you strike out a lot of guys, you're going to throw a lot of pitches, and for a guy who's located very well through 5+ innings, when you start to see the walks happen, that might be a sign of fatigue.
Yeah, his command is not there. You know, he's not getting that consistent release point. He still has that swagger on the mound.
But he pleads his case, I think, and
Coach
is that still him?
That's still him.
It's
Coach
still him.
Liberatore's walking back.
And I like that move, too, because you know what? It's your last game. You know, he's pitched a gem up to this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, if he wants to finish it and he says he's got it, give him a chance.
Yeah.
You have a big lead. You've earned it.
You know what? He's a junior, showing his own faith in him. He's going to be on the team next year. And the pickoff throw, almost caught him leaning the wrong way as Tejada's able to dive back into first base and leave first base where it is, thankfully.
Same thing, though. You see the leads are getting smaller and smaller because they know with the lefty, you know, focus on the hitter here.
Sanchez is dancing off of third. Here comes the pitch, and it is, on the corner.
Good
Looked
breaking
a little
ball.
inside, but that was a nice pitch.
Might have nicked the corner on the breaking ball. Now, this is where it's hard for a lefty who's not used to seeing left-handed pitching.
Time. Third baseman's playing back. Here comes the pitch to Way. Cracks it foul down the third base line, and it is out of play onto the path and bounces goodbye. That is gone. No one's even chasing. Nope, I lied. There goes Justice Wright to chase after it.
Way 1 for 2, had a single, stole second, stole home for the Warriors' first run, hit a hard hit ball to shortstop, lined out, back in the 4th.
So here comes the 0-2 pitch. Oh, he's holding, and time is called.
I like that.
Time is called. Nice job.
That's a good timeout by Way, as Alversa was pausing for a long time, no pitch clock, and I think there's some confusion over at first base with Tejada. So he's going to go. The umpires will grant him timeout, and he'll go back to first. I thought maybe they'd call the balk, but time was called first.
Yeah, Tejada was trying to sneak to second base with unknowing that time was called.
And he has no lead over there.
Yeah, so here comes the pitch, and swing and a miss, strike 3. And Alexander is down swinging for the first out here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, that was up in his eyes a little bit, but I think maybe a little over anxious. You see that fastball coming upstairs, and he was underneath it. He missed it by a few inches.
Yeah, so the designated hitter, Borges, coming on now. He's taken out of the game as a pitcher, but is able to remain in. Here comes the pitch, is up and away for a ball.
And that's that rule that we were telling you about before. So I guess we had it right. And Coach Sider used it the way he had intended going into game number 2.
That's why he was Coach of the Year a couple of years ago. Sanchez takes his lead off of third. Tejada close at first as the pitch comes in low again, ball 2. So 2-0 count. Amityville trailing by 6 here in the top of the 6th inning.
And Tejada not known for his speed anyway, but he does not want to mess around with that lefty on the mound.
Here comes the pitch, and it is on the inside corner for a strike. So 2-1 count to Borges. Fixes his helmet, steps back in, taps the plate with his bat, takes a couple of practice swings, and ready to receive the next pitch. Here it comes, and he hits a ground ball to shortstop, eaten up, tossed over to first in time for the out. The run scores. Nope, that was the third out. I apologize.
Ford makes a really good play.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's confused. Wait. Nope, I was right. 2 down, the umpire is saying.
Yes. Well, the reason for the confusion was there was the
strikeout
that ended up being the E2. So, yeah, there's only 2 outs on the play. But you know what I really liked with Ford there? You have a big lead. The ball's not hit hard enough. You're not going to turn 2. You know that the run's going to score, but it doesn't really matter. And Ford took his time and made sure that he got the out at first base.
Absolutely. But the confusion there was the Bridgehampton players were walking off the field as if the inning were over. And now Vergara steps in, takes a strike on the outside corner. So runner at second, Amityville now trailing 9-4. So they're clawing back. Let's see if they can get Tejada in.
And Borges gets an RBI on that.
Yeah. So productive out. Problem is it too little too late? Let's see. They only got 4 more outs to play with, so let's see if they can get Tejada in.
But there is a runner in scoring position, and that's how you have to look at it. You said something earlier. You can't get 7 runs on one swing. Yep. But just play the game the right way. Hit them where they ain't and go station to station, base to base. The question is going to be how long does Coach Liberatore stick with Alversa? He's pitched a great game, but you have to think at this point fatigue may be starting to set in.
Yeah, the pitch is outside. Oh, that curved.
Late strike 3 call. And I'll tell you what, Vergara did not like it.
No, I thought that was outside from our view as well.
But that's that pitch all night. You have to know that that's going to come. He's going to throw that backdoor hook, and you have to try to foul it off, especially with 2 strikes. You can't put it in the hands of the umpire there. So Amityville does get a couple of runs across the plate.
A couple runs. You know, it's now 9-5. So they scored 3 runs.
Yeah, only their second hit of the game.
But that single to lead off the inning, and that was it. After that was the dropped strike. The drop third strike, followed by a walk, a strikeout, ground out, which scored a run, and then Vergara just struck out looking to end the inning. So 3 runs across the plate. Amityville now trails 9-5 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Let's see if they can hold them and trying to put together a 7th inning rally.
Cabrera is going to stay in the game, and these are important 3 outs because you have to keep the score where it is at to give your team a chance in the top half of the 7th inning, which will be the final inning. Amityville's bats showed a little bit of life that inning, but they still only have 2 hits on the day. I'll be very curious to see if Alversa comes out again. We don't know what his pitch count is. But I'll tell you what, that last breaking ball, you could argue maybe it was off the plate a little bit, but it did what it was supposed to do. And so he still has the bite on that. So we'll see.
Absolutely. I still had a lot of movement on that last pitch. I thought it curved around the plate, but it doesn't matter what I think.
Nope.
It doesn't matter what I think, as there goes our microphone.
There goes our microphone, yep.
And
our crew is right on it.
Without us even needing to signal. There they go. So we're just waiting for play to resume in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cabrera stays on the mound to pitch. We have Cardenas, Fitzgerald, and Harding due up for the Killer Bees.
This is really a nice moment for Cabrera, too. He's a senior, generally a bench player, utility player. He can fill in at a couple of different spots, but he does, eat up some really important relief innings for Amityville. And, with their season winding down, you don't know how many more opportunities you're going to get. And this is a big spot. Amityville can still try to come back and win this game.
Absolutely. They have it in them to score 4 runs in the inning, but that first pitch gives some chin music and is way up and in as Cardenas has to dive out of the way. And we have a 1-0 count. So Cabrera is listed as a utility player, jack of all trades, as well as a pitcher. So here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is fouled off out of play down the first base side, and it is actually caught in foul territory by a Bridgehampton bench player.
which unfortunately for Amityville does not count. Cardaris is 0 for 3 on the day. Didn't get on base because of an error.
No. Cabrera throws one inside. I'll tell you what, he's not afraid of throwing inside. Hit one batter already, and that's twice in this at-bat. And Carderas has had to dive out of the way.
And that's important to be able to try to control the inside of the plate. He just hasn't been able to hit the corner of the plate, but keep going back to it.
Just ask Roger Clemens. That ball is outside. So 3-1 count.
Yeah, Roger Clemens was not very popular if he was not your teammate because
You're talking to a Met fan here, okay?
He did not have fear of throwing inside.
And there's another one up and in. And Carderas has to bend backwards to get out of the way, but that is ball 4. So that is his second time on base in this game. He reached first base on an error in the first inning and proceeded to steal second base. So let's keep an eye on him, see if he tries to get into scoring position to extend this lead back again over 4 runs. So Tyler Fitzgerald at the plate, and the first pitch is down for a ball. Carderas did not go on that pitch, trying to lean around this pole to see him. Takes a nice size lead, and there he goes. The runner's going to strike, and the throw to second goes into center field, and he is on his way to third. So the stolen base for Carderas, and he takes third base on the throwing error from Luciano there.
And I'll tell you what, that was a good throw. It was a good pitch to throw on. It was a good throw to second base. It short hopped.
Just short hopped
Elijah McCullough, who was covering. Aiden McCullough a little late to get behind the bag to back up, and Sanchez had to play it from center field. So a tough error for Luciano.
Just a few steps late as Cabrera throws over to third base.
You know, that's how the scoring goes. Get back to Roger Clemens, though. Yeah, if you were an opposing hitter, especially a right-handed hitter, he had no problem throwing up and in. We know that his history of hitting guys in the head. Questions about, was it roid rage? Was he just trying to send a message? Because everybody knows. I mean, he would be a Hall of Famer, and he may be one day if it wasn't for the steroids. That guy could put the ball where he wanted it. So if it's coming up and in, he wanted it up and in, and you know, throwing 95, not fun.
Let all you kids watch the Piazza Clemens battles they had. Ooh.
Well, I think there was one.
No, there was a couple.
There was a couple. There was one based on so. What had happened was, for those of you too young to remember, Clemens had hit Piazza in the head. And he was out for a while with a concussion. And then they faced off against each other again. I'll finish the story in just a moment.
And there's a breaking ball, looked like, struck him out. Nice pitch by Cabrera there as Fitzgerald swings and misses. But before you continue your story, you're just forgetting that Piazza seemed to own Clemens before then. So people were thinking that the hit in the head was intentional. And
it may have been. You know, I would never condone. I mean, hitting guys is part of the game. Gamesmanship. I would never condone hitting somebody in the head. But they faced off in the World Series.
Yeah.
And I'll tell that story in a second.
I see where this is going. And Harding hits it down the third base line, but it is foul. Still waiting to see it. Oh, here I am looking. Well, where's the third base umpire? First sign. Forgetting I have to look at the home plate umpire. But
so Clemens faces Piazza in the World Series. It was a very much anticipated at bat because it was the first time they faced each other since he had hit him in the head. And Piazza shattered his bat on a pitch. The broken bat almost hits Clemens.
And the pitch is that a strike signal or was he
just
low? I thought that was low.
And Clemens picks up the shattered bat and throws it at Mike Piazza. And the bench is cleared, and the rest is history.
There's a ground ball to third base. He eats him up a little bit. He throws it to first. And nice scoop for the out. Nice play. The run does score, but that was a really nice play on both ends. A great throw from Tejada and a fantastic scoop at first base by Way.
Yeah, Tejada almost looked like he was surprised, like, oh, look what I found. But, you know, great job by Tejada. You know, they call it the hot corner for a reason. The ball gets out there quick. He understands that he has some time. He takes his time, makes a strong throw. And when you have a good defensive first baseman who can pick it out of the dirt like that, it will save your team a lot of errors and make your team a lot better defensively.
Yes, but I will point to say dirt.
Wow. Fake dirt.
The fake dirt.
The fake dirt.
So Finn Aversa comes up. He swings and misses at the first pitch, swings and misses at the second pitch, so it's quickly 0-2. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And there's our third strike to end the inning. So Cabrera strikes out 2 batters in that inning, and with a sparkling defensive ground out 5-3 sandwiched in between. But Amityville comes up with the top of the 7th inning, needing 5 runs to come back. The question is, can they do it?
Difference in game 2 for the Warriors right now is the fact that they've made 5 errors in this game to go along with some untimely walks.
Yep.
And those errors are really what has hurt them, because if you look at the amount of hits the Warriors have given up, at least according to the way I've scored the game, they've given up 4 hits in game 2. 10 runs, 4 hits.
Yep.
And that's the difference. And ironically, it was kind of the opposite, even though it was more the walks than the errors in game 1, but it was kind of the opposite as the Warriors won game 1, 11-2. Right now, Bridgehampton doubling up Amityville 10-5, and it is last licks for the Warriors as we get set for the top of the 7th inning. And you have 8, 9, and 1. So we'll have to see if the bottom of the order can keep hope alive for Amityville. But I will say, whichever way this goes, it was a great night for baseball.
Yeah.
I think both teams had a lot of fun. It's a beautiful field, beautiful facilities here at Middle Country Park. And, I think it's a memory and an experience that these guys will remember for a very long time. So we'll see. Does Amityville have a comeback? They can do it. Yep.
And you know what? Talking to the players, they are very excited that we were able to broadcast this game for them as well, as our team is signaling us for some reason.
They seem to be excited too. Rosetta Costa, who is such a valuable member of what we do this year,
seniors.
But she seems to think she understands sign language, and I don't know that she really does.
I don't know what she's doing. I don't think she knows.
Either she doesn't or we don't. Something is wrong here. But we appreciate the hard work of everybody in our crew.
I don't have a camera here to turn on them. Oh, they're miming baseball. Look at this. Catch what? Yes, as they're trying to talk to us as we're on the air. That's
I guess they can
thing.
hear us from down there because they're laughing as we're talking about them. Wouldn't be the first time I was told I was too loud.
Yeah, it's like I'm sitting in my AP Cal class right now. Oh boy.
New pitcher coming into the game.
So here we go. It looks like it's Tate Ford.
Yes.
Number 18.
So he's good.
They want to end this.
I thought I remembered him being a lefty. I guess he's only lefty as a hitter. But he was very good. He shut the Warriors down in game 1 last year at this field, and he's coming in to close.
So here we go. The pitch from Ford is smacked down the first base side and foul. But Ford has got this very interesting stance as he's waiting for the signal from the catcher. It's reminiscent of some closer. I can't picture who it is, though. The way he leans forward and dangles his arm down like that.
He also is throwing off the first base side of the rubber, which is interesting. You get a very interesting angle there.
Yeah. And throws that outside. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Elijah McCullough here.
But he can dial it up and he can change speeds, which is what makes things very, very difficult.
I do wish there was a radar gun here. He bounces one into the plate. So it's a 2-1 count to Elijah McCullough, trying to get things started for Amityville here, needing to score 5 runs to tie this one up.
So Borges right now on the losing end of this one. He is actually 18th in Suffolk County with wins. Borges has 3. But you know who's number 6 in wins in Suffolk County? It's the guy we're watching right now. Ford. He has 4 wins. That's good enough for 6th place in Suffolk County. And like I said, he's the real deal.
Yeah. And he comes to the set position, and the pitch is up. And I think that bounced off the catcher's mitt and hit the umpire in the mask.
You know, sometimes calls like that, that was close as a strike, but if a catcher doesn't handle it, they'll call it a ball.
So here comes the 3-1 pitch, and it is outside ball full. Oh, excuse me. That nicked the front corner of the plate. By the time the catcher caught it, it was outside.
One hand giveth, the other taketh away. Or one hand taketh away, and the other hand giveth, I guess.
Sorry, I think that was definitely outside. Here comes the pitch, and weakly swung at and missed for strike 3. And McCullough goes down swinging for the first out here in the top of the 7th inning.
So barring a comeback, McCullough's night at the plate will end with an 0 for 2. He did have a sacrifice back in the 5th inning.
And that brings left fielder Armando Bonilla up to the plate, needing to get on base. And the pitch is, again, hits that front corner of the plate. And there's a strike called for Bonilla. So 0-1. And the pitch swung on and missed for strike 2. And Ford is just starting to dial it up.
Yep, I was going to say, he looks like he's finally getting a feel. You know, when you're a starter, it can be a little harder to come in the middle of a game.
As he blows one past Bonilla there for another swinging strike. And that brings Amityville to its last out of the game. And Aiden McCullough needing to get on base in order to really start a rally.
Aiden McCullough trying to avoid the golden sombrero. He has
3 strikeouts.
3 strikeouts.
Swinging. First pitch is outside for a ball. That one did not nick the corner of the plate.
For those that may not know, golden sombrero means 4 strikeouts in a game. Platinum sombrero is 5 strikeouts in a game. But it happens. I remember the first time I heard that term was Alex Rodriguez striking out 5 times in a game.
I thought you were going to say Stanton. There's a strike, so it's a 1-1.
Going back a little bit before
that. Yeah, A-Rod, the 25-1 player, right? Or 24-1. The Mets were pursuing him. So here we go. The 1-1 pitch is hit over to the second baseman and past him. And there we go. We've got the at-bat, the base runner we needed. As McCullough gets a single into right field, brings up Luciano.
And that is definitely a clean single, but Finn Alversa got a very late break on that.
Yes,
it was almost
he did.
like he was a spectator on that play. And I guess when you have Ford on the mound, you're used to not a lot of contact, but you got to be ready for that. I don't care what the lead is.
And look at Ford leaning forward before Tejada even gets into the plate, into the batter's box, excuse me. And Tejada takes a... Sorry, Luciano. I don't know. I keep saying Tejada when Luciano's up. But fouls that one off into the first base side.
Luciano 1 for 3. Did score a run in the 6th inning.
Here comes the pitch is curveball, which starts out looking like it was going to hit Jeremiah before
Good
curving
pitch.
over.
Told you, he's a good pitcher.
This kid can pitch.
Warriors down to their final strike.
So here we go, the 0-2 pitch. Let's see what McCullough does at first base. He stays there, and that ball is up and away. It looked like he dialed that one up a little bit. Lost a little bit of control.
Good take, though, by Luciano. Fastball up in your eyes, down 0-2. Hard
That's
pitch
tough.
to lay off of.
Yeah. So here we go. The 1-2 pitch hits him. It hits him. That curveball was thrown a little bit too inside, and Luciano takes off all of his armor and starts trotting down to first base. So we have a hit by a pitch there.
So if you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's where you want to get hit. In the back off a curveball.
Yeah.
That is the way to do it. But I'll tell you what, even that curveball had a big hook to it. He just started it out
a little too
far towards the third base side.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's still, set up on the first base side of the rubber, too. And here's a chopper. The third baseman grabs it, tosses to first in time for the out, and that will do it. So Darrell Sanchez grounds out to put an end to this game, and Amityville falls to Bridgehampton 10-5 in the nightcap as they are able to split this doubleheader here in Selden.
We'll see if we can hear from head coach Jack Zeider as Aaron Kruder will head to the field to try to find him, but both teams shake hands, and 2 very well-played games, 2 very evenly matched teams. Amityville definitely improved a lot from last year. The Warriors will fall to 8-4, and Bridgehampton gets their 10th win of the year as they improve to 10-5.
Yeah, very just well-pitched game in the nightcap for Bridgehampton. Kaya Versa really was the star of the game, in my opinion. I thought he pitched a fantastic game. He had 3 of his first 4 innings were 1-2-3 innings, and then Ford came in and just shut it down other than that hit by pitch and that one smack into right field. We're looking down below to see if Aaron can get over to Coach Zeider, but Coach seems to be having a little meeting with his team first.
10 strikeouts for Alvarcera and only gave up a total of 2 hits. And that's not going to get it done for the Amityville offense. But again, they did make some plays. They worked some walks. They stole some bases. They took advantage of a few errors. And they did get 5 runs across the plate.
Yeah.
So where their bats went quiet due to good pitching, they still battled. So you have to give them credit there. But again, Warriors fall to 8-4. To 8-4, and Bridgehampton improves to 10-5 after the second game win in the nightcap here. And again, we're hoping to hear from Coach Zeider, and it looks like we're ready, so we are going to send it down to Aaron Kruder right now.
All right. I'm Aaron Kruder here with head coach of the Amityville baseball team, Jack Zeider. So that was a good outcome. You won 1 game, you lost 1. Was that the outcome you were expecting?
No, not expecting that, but it's very hard to win both games of a doubleheader. It's the 4th doubleheader that the boys have played so far this season. We've taken 2 games in 2 doubleheaders, and we've split 2 doubleheaders now. So we've got 1 more left next Saturday, and we'll see how they do.
Can you name any key players that helped you take out that 1 win from earlier?
Aiden McCullough, we were a tough spot early in the game. He had very little notice, if any, and he comes on, he throws the rest of the game on the mound. He takes a tough shot at first base, gets back up, comes back in the game. He's constantly on base. He does everything that he's asked, leads by example. He's a fantastic baseball player.
What do you think attributed to the change in the second game that caused the loss?
It's tough to pin it down to one play. It's a 3-1 ball game halfway through the game. Then they stretch it out to 5-1. Then it's 5-2. You have to be able to just continue to battle. But, you can't take anything away from Kai Alversa. He was fantastic all night, kept us off balance. He's a great pitcher, really great kid too. So you just got to tip your hat to them and continue to try and make good plays when you're given the opportunity. But they were, they just kind of tacked on, and it's tough when, they're tacking a run on every inning and you're trying to battle back. And, the boys have nothing to be ashamed of. They kept fighting. You heard them the whole night.
Any final thoughts?
No, thank you guys. I appreciate it. This was.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. And again, Amityville drops the nightcap of this doubleheader 10-5. 2 well-played games. Again, we were very fortunate to be able to come to this gorgeous field here. Both teams played very well. It's starting to get really chilly now.
It is starting to get chilly.
The wind is picking up, and it's amazing how the temperature dropped. But what are your thoughts on how the games went, how they played out, the pluses and the minuses, and what we have to look forward to as this program just keeps growing?
Sure. So I think they have found a winning formula. I think they have found a league that's appropriate for them. These 2 teams were very evenly matched. Ultimately, Bridgehampton will win the season series 2-1 as they had beaten Amityville earlier in the season 15-5. But Amityville's shown they can hang with anybody in this league. They can win on any given night. And, we're going to have one more broadcast with this team on their senior day in a couple of weeks. But, you're not going. It's baseball. You're not going to win every game.
Right.
It's hard to win both games of a doubleheader, and sometimes you're going to run into a good pitcher. And in game 2, Alversa pitched great, and the bats went cold, but they did a lot of little things to scratch their way back into it. It wasn't enough ultimately, but in game 1, they were patient. They didn't swing at bad pitches.
Mm-hmm.
They played at 11 runs off of only 7 hits. So it shows you that they're willing to be patient, not expand the strike zone.
Yep.
And a lot of that comes with experience and good coaching that gets you there. And ultimately, this has been an incredibly successful campaign for the Warriors. They have a few games left, and you hope that they can finish off strong. But hopefully this is setting the stage for some consistency and continuity in this program moving forward. And I'll tell you what, it's a lot of fun to see the growth that this team has had over the last 15 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
They've gone from the talk of the town in terms of a losing streak that I don't know about records or whatnot, but it was definitely an infamous losing streak, to now they're the talk of the town because they're playing the game right. They're doing the right things, and it makes a big difference. You're not going to win every game in baseball, but you play the game right, you hustle, you respect the game, you have good coaching, you listen, you learn, you grow, and that's what this team is doing, and I think that's why they're having success and will continue to do so.
They definitely have taken on the personality of their coach. They seem to enjoy playing the game of baseball. They have a lot of fun while doing it. They're very respectful to each other and their opponents. And, this is where a program grows from. You have a number of graduating seniors, but we still have, some underclassmen and juniors coming in. So, the future is bright. And I look forward to calling the next game on the 13th, the senior game. So once again, we have a split here in the doubleheader. Amityville won Game 1, 11-2, and they fell in Game 2 with a score of 10-5. With my broadcast partner, Matt Grice, I am Corey Zwirling. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a wonderful evening on the Amityville Broadcasting Network.